Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to, and welcome to the May 20th, 2025 Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. If you would please rise for the invocation led by Reverend Dr. David Hunsaker of St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church in Dunedin, and remain standing for Commissioner Scheer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by saying thank you to the commissioners for the invitation to be with you today to represent St. Andrews in Dunedin. Thank you also to everyone here who works hard for our county. St. Andrews, like so many houses of worship, small businesses, and residents in Dunedin are still recovering from the effects of Hurricanes Helene and Milton, so we're so grateful for your continued work as commissioners and as public servants to make it possible for us to recover. Let's pray. Almighty and eternal God, we humbly acknowledge your sovereignty and providence over all things, great and small. We thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon Pinellas County on each of its cities. As we gather today in service to the county, we pray for your guidance in our deliberations, that the board may make wise and just decisions that reflect your will. Lord, grant the board discernment to distinguish between truth and falsehood and to pursue righteousness in all its undertakings. May your law become its guide and your justice its standard. This Memorial Day, we acknowledge your grace while remembering and honoring those who served our country and died for our freedom. We should remember their courage and faithfulness, even as we gather with friends and families to rest and recreate. We thank you for the blessings of freedom and for the opportunity to live in a nation that, despite its imperfections, strives for justice and liberty. May it always do so, and may this board and all its members do so. Bless Pinellas County, its leaders, and all its citizens, that we may live together in peace and prosperity, reflecting the glory of your name. Amen.
All right, so we have a couple of presentations and a number of proclamations today. It's been a while since we've done proclamations. May is generally a heavy month, and we're kind of getting caught up on some old business here. So the first presentation we have today is from the Youth Advisory Committee. So at this time, I have the privilege of inviting members of the Pinellas County Youth Advisory Committee, or YAC, as we call it, to the podium to provide their annual end-of-the-year update. I would also like to extend appreciation to Commissioner Latvala and his aide Tyler Bonneau for all their guidance and leadership over this past year. So it is my pleasure to introduce Chair Nisa Dumani and Vice Chair Muskan Parma and Secretary Sophia Olsen. Please come up. So, welcome.
Hey, thank you all for the opportunity to be here. My name is Nisa Damani, and we will be presenting the end-of-year presentation. So my name is Nisa Damani, and I am your Youth Advisory Committee Chair.
My name is Muskan Parmar. I am the Youth Advisory Committee Vice Chair.
And my name is Sophia Olsen, and I'm the Youth Advisory Committee's Secretary.
We would like to begin with saying a little bit about what we do during our meetings. We have an agenda that me, Sophia, and Nisa all work together to put along. And in that agenda, we discuss old business from old meetings that we've had, and also new business to say some goals that we have for the following month, or to say some things that we would like to accomplish to make sure that we accomplish all the goals that we've set for that month. We end these meetings with a group discussion. Usually we go on tours, but if not, we end the meetings with a group discussion where we allow members of the committee to say anything that they would like to include in our new meetings or any events that they have planned or can think of. So we really love when people just get together and are able to collaborate on an event that we would like to make possible in the Youth Advisory Committee.
Yeah, so originally, we started this year with 41 members, which is probably one of the biggest groups we've had in the last 4 years. And we had these members be pretty consistent in every meeting and activity that we did, with around 32 members per meeting. We were able to accomplish a lot. We went on a multitude of tours, did service projects, and even held a virtual career day.
Next, I'd like to list some of the tours that we've been on this year. So first, we went to the Pinellas County Supervisor of Elections. Then we went to the Medical Examiner's Office. We toured the Regional 911 Division, as well as Animal Services, and we took a tour of Heritage Village.
Here are a few pictures from the tour that we took at the Medical Examiner's Office. It was very fun. We went in there thinking we would see dead bodies, but unfortunately we did not. We did see lots of knives, and so we learned about how some prisoners like smuggle cocaine into, the jail and stuff. Pretty interesting, actually. I learned a few new things there. But yes, this was, I would say, one of the best tours that we've had this year in Yak.
We also toured the 911 call center, which was maybe not as fun, but still pretty interesting. And we learned about just how things operate behind the scenes, how fast our first responders get to a scene, and just how everything is handled. And that was pretty cool.
So now I'm going to talk about YAC's long-term project. So this year, YAC's long-term project was to interview 4 county employees that have a large impact on our county about what they look for in an employee and about how they got to the place that they got to in their career. So we interviewed Jennifer Renner at the Director of Animal Services. We also interviewed county officials at the Supervisor of Elections office. We also interviewed Commissioner Latvala at the Board of County Commissioners, as well as a county official from the Regional 911 Division.
This is one of many of our service projects that we did during the Valentine's Day event. We made around 185 cards and had a few volunteers come and help us just make some cute cards to give to the assisted living in the Ronald McDonald House, to give them to the elderly and also the people battling health diseases in their lives. We just put cute stickers on them, made them funny, include jokes just to put a smile on their face during Valentine's Day.
Another service activity that was kind of specific to this year was our donation drive after the 2 hurricanes. JP and I were kind of thinking about ways that YAC could help the community after these 2 devastating events. We had a donation drive that we took these donations to Lakewood Elementary School, and their community really used these donations. And it was just something that we kind of put together last minute, that we thought whatever we could do to help anybody that was impacted, that we could bring them resources. And so that was another thing that we did this year.
Another service activity that we did specifically for this year in relation to the hurricanes was we did a mental health awareness blog, and we also made a mental health awareness flyer. Basically, this project was just to highlight the effects of the hurricanes on teenagers and youth in the community. We also interviewed Dr. Carlia East at St. Petersburg College to get some of her insights on how she's seen the effects of the hurricanes manifest within the youth in the community. And we posted these flyers at various schools that our members go to, as well as various libraries around the community.
Towards the beginning of the year, we had many people in the YAC make logos for us, and then we voted on which one everyone liked the best. So this was our YAC logo for the year. Honestly, I love this logo. It's better than the green shirts that we had last year. But yes, this is our logo, and yeah.
So looking forward, this year was great. We had a very high attendance, and we took a lot of tours. Something that we would like to put into motion is having members do more hands-on service activities. I think this year we had a lot of new members, so it was great to gauge kind of where we are in the community and like what our local government does to help the community. And now moving forward, we would like to continue these tours, continue educating the youth, and also have them like personally do service activities within these institutions so that they can actively work in different areas of the community as well. We would also like to thank JP, Leslie, Commissioner Latvala, and all the other county commissioners for their support. This year and the past 4 years in YAC for me have been wonderful, and so thank you guys for all of your help.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Young ladies, Commissioner Latvala told me to ask you a hard question.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you all so very much. It was wonderful getting to meet you in advance of the meeting. All my best for those of you that'll be going off to school. I know you'll do well. So my question is, based on the tours that you've had an opportunity to take and the meetings that you've had where I'm sure Commissioner Latvala imparted his wisdom, is there an area within the county that you would see or would like to see commissioners invest in that you feel is most impactful for individuals your age?
Yeah, so thank you so much for that. It's a very loaded question. But I think similar to what we focused on this year and what we have been focusing on for the past few years is mental health in teenagers. We, with the time of Commissioner Peters as well, like we were so focused on making sure that not only like we understand how the community works to already help the youth, but how they can further implement things within just schools or areas or places like YAC where we also get educated on these things to make sure that they feel like they are being seen, they are being heard. So many teens, especially after the devastation of the hurricanes, and just with the continuous social influence that we, like the teenagers face in society overall, a lot of them are being unheard or unseen. So just making sure that with places like YAC, they have a voice, they have an opinion, and just making sure that they can also feel heard and talk to the county commissioners or any local government people to make sure that their opinions are heard and how we can help them also.
Great, thank you.
Again, thank you all for participating years, or if you're new, and giving and working hard to give back to the community this year. That's just amazing work, and I just really applaud you for that. So my question is real easy. Did any of you get to animal services and get away without adopting an animal?
So yes, we did go to animal services. All the puppies, you know, they were so cute, but they were very loud. Unfortunately, I think one person? Yeah. One person did walk away with an animal from that tour, so that is very happy. Yeah. Applaud to that person. And many people did get flyers to volunteer at the shelter. So when we did go to many of the events or the tours that we took, a lot of them had little volunteer cards where people of the YAC, like the members, could apply and volunteer there, because I know a lot of us are in, or all of us are in high school and definitely need those volunteer hours. So yeah.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you again for all you guys did this year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was an honor to be the advisor of YAC this year, and I hope to do it again next January with whoever the new chair will be, and my vote for chair may be dependent on this assignment. But back in September, when we held our first meeting, we were talking about different tours, and it will may surprise folks to know that the number one choice, or one of the top choices, was someplace that we weren't unable to go this year because of the hurricanes, and that was the Pinellas County Jail. Has nothing to do with the students, but they were very interested in going to see dead people and going to the jail. But next year, I think we're going to focus more on the airport, more on parks, we will see. But there are two students that I want to give congratulations and kudos to. That is our chair, Nisa, who is going on to UF next year. And also a young man who is in YAC, Jeremiah, who is going on to FAMU next year to continue his studies.
Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for continuing the mental health awareness. You guys have been doing that since we started, well, since I started, and I love that you're still continuing along with that, and good luck with you. And I hope you're going to be in YAC again next year, the other two that are juniors. I think that's great, and I hope you have a great year, great summer, great next year, and good luck at school. See, our future is really bright because we got really great youth in Pinellas County.
Sounds like you all had an incredible year and maybe learned a little too much at the medical examiner's office. But so my fellow commissioners come up for a group photo. Okay, we're waiting on one other person to get here, so we're kind of shuffling the schedule around a little bit, so just give me a second to. So we're going to move to item number 3, Emergency Medical Services Professional of the Year Awards. So we will now recognize the Emergency Medical Services Professional of the Year Awards. I would like to acknowledge that the Pinellas Federal Credit Union has supported the Emergency Medical Services Professional of the Year Awards for 35 straight years. That is an incredible commitment to supporting those who take such good care of our residents. Yarel Alvarez, Director of Branch Operations, is here to help us present the awards and give a gift to each award recipient. Please join me at the podium. So each year, the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners recognizes the 3 individuals named Emergency Medical Services Professional of the Year. First, we will play a short video that will introduce these emergency medical professionals and highlight their award-winning efforts.
Every day, Pinellas County's emergency medical service professionals perform life-saving treatment. This year, we recognize 3 outstanding individuals whose extraordinary actions set them apart. For their commitment to service, they have been named the 2025 Emergency Medical Professionals of the Year. Since 2015, Scott Waitkus has been a pivotal member of Sunstar Paramedics, excelling in every dispatch role. During an average shift, Scott provides leadership and coordinates ambulance transports between facilities. However, the 2024 hurricane season was anything but average.
It was eye-opening how much help people needed and how many people called 911 during that storm.
In the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, Scott guided multiple callers through emergency medical situations.
I had actually just sat down and logged in, and it was the first call of the morning after Helene, and a gentleman had called and said that his girlfriend wasn't breathing.
While the caller battled waves coming into the apartment, Scott guided the gentleman through 20 minutes of CPR.
It was nerve-wracking due to my training and that we receive. I was able to keep calm instruct him the best that we could, and try to provide care for him.
Immediately after, Scott assisted a caller through emergency childbirth.
I just tried to remain as calm as possible and made sure she had all the tools that she needed in case the baby came, which we were able to get an ambulance to her before the baby came out.
In those critical moments before responders arrived, Scott is the lifeline to his community.
I live in the county, so I love working here and providing service for people that I live in the community with. So that's a big important thing for me, is providing the best service and care for the people that I live with in the county.
For Scott's composure and dedication, we proudly recognize him as the 2025 Emergency Medical Dispatcher of the Year. Emergency medical technicians are trained to act swiftly and decisively to provide critical care when needed, no matter where or when it occurs. Firefighter and EMT Jason Biggs with Seminole Fire Rescue demonstrated his commitment to service while off-duty, driving down a major road during rush hour.
I was off duty and I was driving through Seminole, and I stopped at a stoplight, and I saw a van pulled over to the side, and the occupants had just jumped out and they were frantic, carrying an unconscious child. So I knew I needed to step in.
Jason immediately pulled over, assessed the child, kept the child's airway clear, and directed the driver to call 911. Shortly after, emergency medical services arrived.
My immediate thoughts were I needed to step in and help out where I could. Even though I didn't have a medic or a crew or equipment, I still had to help in any way I could.
Jason credits his quick actions and instincts to his prior military service in the Army Airborne Infantry.
My military background translates well to the fire service because I've been in stressful environments before, so I'm able to keep a cool, calm, collective head, not get stressed out in emergency situations.
From a tour in Iraq to supporting the residents of Pinellas County, Scott's commitment to service is unwavering.
The most rewarding thing as serving as a firefighter EMT in Pinellas County is just giving back, helping others, making a positive impact where I can.
For his quick actions and dedication to service, we honor Jason as the 2025 EMT of the Year. Firefighter paramedic Derek Courier with Dunedin Fire Rescue has also exemplified excellence in emergency care on and off the job. During a recent flight to Italy, Derek provided emergency care for a passenger experiencing stroke-like symptoms.
We had about an hour and a half to go in the flight. My wife wakes me up saying the gentleman behind her fell on her and something's wrong with him.
Noticing the gentleman continued to act strange, Derek stepped up to assist.
He ended up falling, kind of passing out into my arms and into the aisle. At that point, he was showing stroke-like symptoms.
Derek took swift action, laying the gentleman down and adjusting his airway.
On the inside of my head, I'm like, well, what do I do now? I'm 35,000 feet up, somewhere between the United States and Rome, and I have no engine, I have no Sunstar, I have no bags. So I asked my wife, I said, hey, have them bring any medical equipment, anything and everything that they have, please have them bring it to me.
Soon, a doctor and nurse were with Derek, helping provide care in flight until the plane was able to land.
My training definitely had everything to do with the outcome and helping that patient get to where they had to be.
Derek's charitable contributions are also sky high. He coordinates food drives, school supply collections, and holiday toy donations.
When I came to the fire department, I knew we did some charity stuff, and I felt like that's where I can really make a difference.
As a former music teacher turned firefighter, Derek knows the importance of going above and beyond for the community.
It's just really rewarding. It's easy to do, and it means a lot to people.
For Derek's first-class service to our community, we proudly name him 2025 Paramedic of the Year. The Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners congratulates Scott Waitkus, Jason Biggs, and Derek Courier, the 2025 EMS Professionals of the Year. These individuals embody the spirit of service and dedication that defines Pinellas County Safety and Emergency Services. On behalf of the county, thank you to all of our emergency professionals for your service.
Congratulations to all of you. And first, I would like to ask Scott Waitkus to join me at the podium. we're going to get some pictures, so stay up here, all right? Emergency medical dispatchers are the unseen lifeline in every crisis, providing critical instructions and bringing order to the chaos before responders arrive. Scott Wakus embodies this role, serving Sunstar paramedics since 2015 and excelling in nearly every dispatch position he has occupied. His calm demeanor under pressure and his compassionate care distinguishes his service. During Hurricane Helene, he guided a caller through 20 minutes of CPR and immediately assisted another through emergency childbirth, proving his expertise and dedication in life or death situations. Scott wasn't just a dispatcher that day. You were a lifeline and a lifesaver. His skill, composure, and commitment make him a deserving recipient of the 2025 Emergency Medical Dispatcher of the Year Award. Next, I would ask Jason Biggs to please join me at the podium. Being an emergency medical technician means acting quickly and calmly in emergencies to provide critical and crucial care. Firefighter and EMT Jason Biggs demonstrated this on January 17, 2025, when while off duty, he saw a family pulling an unresponsive 8-year-old from a taxi. Without hesitation, he stepped in, directed 911 to be called, and assessed the child who was suffering from multiple seizures. He ensured the child's airway was maintained and kept him stable until responders arrived. For his professionalism and dedication to patient care, firefighter and EMT Jason Biggs is a deserving recipient of the Emergency Medical Technician of the Year Award. Next, Derek Courier. Please join me at the podium. Pinellas County EMS and Fire Administration recognizes firefighter paramedic Derek Courier for his exceptional dedication to service. Joining the Dunedin Fire Rescue Department in April of 2022, firefighter Courier exemplifies the best of emergency medical care and community service. Being a paramedic requires expertise, calm, and decisiveness in critical moments. Firefighter Courier not only excels in the field, but also gives back through food drives, school supply collections, and holiday toy donations. His commitment to patient care was evident during a recent in-flight medical emergency where he helped stabilize a passenger suffering stroke-like symptoms. His actions likely saved a life, making him a deserving recipient of the Paramedic of the Year Award. So with that, gentlemen, thank you much for your service. We appreciate you all. We stand with you, and just thank you so much for all you do for our community. And if my commissioners could join me for a photo opportunity at the podium. Okay, so now we are on to item number 4, Emergency Medical Services Week Proclamation. So now I would like to ask Craig Hare, Director for EMS and Fire Administration, to join me at the podium. He will be accepting the Emergency Medical Services Week Proclamation. Craig? How are you, sir? Pleasure to see you. Okay, National Emergency Medical Services Week is an opportunity for all of us to reflect on the dedicated efforts of our EMS professionals who provide compassionate, quality care and service to our community every single day. The high skill level and professionalism of our emergency medical dispatchers, emergency medical technicians, and paramedics, a few of which we just gave some awards to, have enabled the EMS system to attain clinical and operational excellence. Our EMS providers make significant contributions and immeasurable sacrifices daily, responding to both routine and life-threatening emergencies, including during some of the worst storms Pinellas County has ever experienced, demonstrating unwavering courage, resilience, and commitment. The strength of our EMS system is rooted in collaboration with longstanding partnerships among fire rescue agencies, the countywide ambulance service, and local hospitals, ensuring seamless and effective emergency care. National EMS Week brings our community and EMS providers together to celebrate accomplishments, honor sacrifices, and rededicate ourselves to the mission of saving lives and protecting the health of our residents. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that the week of May 18th through May 24th, 2025 be recognized as Emergency Medical Services Week. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Craig Hare, I'm the Director of EMS and Fire Administration for the county, and always hard to follow the award winners. And it's very much a privilege and an honor to accept this on behalf of our 1,900 firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, emergency medical dispatchers who bring it all together to do that seamlessly every day. And so just an honor to accept this on their behalf. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, come up for a photo. So now we are on to item number 5, Older Americans Proclamation Month. And I don't know that we're talking about anybody specific in this room, but perhaps we are. I would like to invite Anne Marie Winter, Executive Director of the Area Agency on Aging of Pasco and Pinellas, to join me at the podium, please. Older Americans Month is an opportunity for us as individuals and for us as a society to say thank you to the millions of older Americans who have contributed significantly to our nation's history, our culture, and our economy. Older Americans continue to be vital members of our communities, offering wisdom, experience, and valuable contributions. They face unique challenges and opportunities as they age, including maintaining their health, their independence, and their social connections. As important for us to promote the well-being and engagement in our communities, thus making the 2025 theme of Flip the Script on Aging very fitting to encourage a positive and inclusive approach to aging. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that the month of May 2025 be recognized as National Older Americans Month. Anne Marie, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much to all of you, in particular Chairman Scott, and I'd like to recognize Chairman Dr. Renee Flowers, who sits on our Board of Directors. We've enjoyed the partnership that we have with Pinellas County. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without each and every one of you. Last year, we served 63,000 seniors, providing more than 700,000 home-delivered meals, 50,000 trips to doctor's offices, in-home services that supported 32,000 seniors in Pinellas County alone. We couldn't do this without the incredible partnership that we have with many organizations. And I do need to say that that is at risk. We are potentially going to lose funding as of October 1st. And so we need everybody that is committed to making sure that Pinellas and Pasco counties are a great place to retire and grow old, to use their influence to ensure that these services can continue. Again, I want to thank the county very much for all of the work that you do to make sure that Pinellas County is a great place to grow up and grow old. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anne Marie. Okay, now we're bouncing back to item number 2 for our Memorial Day proclamation. I would like to invite Mary Kathy McKinney, the surviving spouse of Keith McEnany, to join me at the podium. She will be accepting the Memorial Day proclamation. Welcome. How are you? Equipment Operator, Petty Office, Second Class, Keith Allen McEnany. He was born July 18, 1946. Growing up partially in Dunedin, Florida, he was a star football player when he graduated from Dunedin High School in 1964. He was known for his kindness and his humor. Just like many other local kids at the time, he enjoyed cruising Gulf to Bay Boulevard in his 1956 Cranberry Red Chevrolet. That sounds kind of fun, actually. And hanging out with friends at Sand Key Beach. In the summer of 1965, he would begin dating his future wife, Mary Kathy McEnany, where he would propose to her at the Moss Brothers department store parking lot in downtown Clearwater. Right. Right, pretty local. I remember that, Moss Brothers, actually. Before going to see the movie Shenandoah at the Capitol Theater. They were married in August 1966. He would leave his studies at St. Petersburg Junior College, enlisting in the Navy as a Seabee. He and his wife were stationed in Gulfport, Mississippi, before he deployed to Vietnam. He was killed in action October 24th, 1967, in Quang Nam, Vietnam, receiving the Purple Heart posthumously. His brother was serving as a captain in Vietnam at the same time, would escort his brother home to be laid to rest in Clearwater, Florida. This is an example of why we will always remember. Since the late 19th century, each May, Americans pause to observe Memorial Day, a national holiday we observe since 1971. This is a day to honor and mourn the U.S. military personnel who died while serving in the United States Armed Forces. May we always remember with dignity and admiration those who made the ultimate sacrifice and service to our nation. Throughout our nation's history, the brave men and women of the military have stepped forward to protect our country. Today, we honor and remember Equipment Operator Petty Officer Class, Second Class Keith Allen McEnany. His memory and sacrifice will never be forgotten. Thank you very much.
I'm a firm believer that I'm a firm believer that the only immortality that any of us have is the memory that other people feel for us. And that's why this is so important. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the proclamations. However, we do have one more presentation to do. So finally, I would like to invite our Clerk of the Circuit Court, Ken Burke, and Comptroller Jeff Wolf from Forvis Mazars to the podium for our partner presentation.
First of all, I would like to admonish you to be very kind to me today since you just declared it Older American Appreciation Month. So I'm going to take that to heart, so be nice. Actually, we're here for a very important purpose, and that is to go over the audit and financial statements for the county for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024. The audit was concluded prior to March 31st, and the required financial statements were submitted to the state as required by law. And I want to emphasize how these financial statements, it is a mammoth undertaking after September 30th. Not only do we compile, the clerk's office compiles the financial statements for the clerk's office and for the Board of County Commissioners, and all the discrete units that are part of the Board of County Commissioners. Also, we're responsible for taking from the other constitutional officers their financial statements and compiling them into the total government financial statements. So it's a project which involves a lot of moving parts, a lot of people are involved. And you have received today some homework. And we've included our debt report, which I'm very proud of because we have such little debt. As you'll hear, we have under $70 million worth of debt in Pinellas County. Compared to other counties, that's a very small amount. All of the debt that we have in Pinellas County government is sewer debt, okay? And when I talk about debt, I'm talking about bonded debt or loan debt. Because of, as our auditor will tell you, GASB has defined debt a little bit differently, such as long-term leases, even subscriptions to software. But the debt we're talking about is really the debt that's bonded debt. And then we have, this is the annual comprehensive financial report, which has all the financial information with the exception of the constitutional officers. And this is the one that we submit to GFOA for the Award of Excellence, which we've been awarded for over 40 years for the Award of Excellence there. Then this is a more comprehensive, because this is the annual financial report, and this not only includes all the financial statements for the county, but it includes the individual constitutional financial statements. So you have that document too. And then what we have what's called the Citizens Guide. This takes a executive summary, basically, of this document here. And this we have printed, and commissioners, when you're going to visit citizens, if you would like copies of this, we'd be glad to let us know in advance how many copies you need. We'd be glad to get you these copies. And when you're meeting with citizens groups, you can take them, and it gives a good snapshot picture of the county's finances. One of your most important responsibilities, one of my most important responsibilities, is to be good stewards of the taxpayers' monies. You, as the county commission, decide how that money is to be spent through the budget process, and I know you're in the midst of that. In the clerk's office, we're responsible to make sure that disbursements meet those budget guidelines and are proper and meet the public purpose test. We have a staff here that's wonderful that deals with this. They're led by Jeanette, who's our finance director. Nicole, Bill, Justin, and Chris are all here today. Everyone wave at the commissioners so we can see who you are. And we appreciate the work that they put into this. So just so you know, the auditor, and I actually had someone say, oh, the auditor prepares this report. No, the auditor only prepares a few pages of this report, and the audit report is to say that the rest of the report is, can be relied on, that it's a clean audit report, basically, we used to call it. So the few pages there is from the auditors are very important pages to say that you can rely on these financial statements. And so the auditor is going to present a little bit further. And also I want to recognize Ashley, our board reporter, and Darrell Lynn as part of the clerk's office who are here today with me. But I think we should take great pride in our transparency and our financial statements. We have received what's called the Triple Crown. I know the Preakness was just held on Saturday. It's not a horse race, but that means that we've won the award for excellence in financial reporting due to our annual financial report, our citizens guide, and Chris and his department with the budget. And so there's very few governments in the nation that receive an award for all three of those. Also, in the clerk's website, we have tremendous transparency. You can look at any time at all the salaries of all the county employees under the Board of County Commission, under the clerk's office. You can look at all the disbursements. You can sort them by department. You can sort them by salary ranges, all types of things. And we're so proud of that. As a matter of fact, we're going to be at the National Government Finance Officers Association. We've been selected to present on our Sunshine site on how transparent we are in Pinellas County so that other counties and other government entities can learn from us. So on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, and Jeff's going to present the audit results. Jeff?
Thank you. Ken did so well. I don't know how much more I need to do. He kind of covered it in a nutshell. But first of all, I just want to thank you, the board. We work for you, and we really appreciate and take that opportunity very seriously. So with that, I'll get right into it. You should have a handout. It's our required communication, other governmental auditing standards. I'll kind of touch on the key topics. It's very standard driven, but it does cover our responsibilities, and we are required to communicate that to governance, which is yourself. And first, that is our responsibility as auditors, and that really is to render an opinion on whether your financial statements, that very large document that we just had, whether those financial statements are materially correct. We do test internal controls over significant transaction classes, but that's really just to help plan our audit, meaning, as we look at utility billing, your procurement, cash receipts, payroll, if we saw issues, we would modify our approach to our audit, but we don't render opinion on internal controls, but if we had any significant issues, we would communicate that to you. Management responsibility, ultimately, as Ken said, it is their document. We do not prepare the ACFR. That is responsibility of management. So they're responsible for that preparation, and also is making sure they're establishing internal controls to provide reasonable assurance that your financial statements are materially correct. Again, we do test internal controls. However, though, it's really helped to plan our audit. It's not to render an opinion. I'm happy to report we had no significant difficulties during the audit. Both the clerk staff and the board staff that we work at, and actually all the constitutional officers, are very easy to work with, very responsive, and we really appreciate that. It really is a team effort going into, get the audit done of such a large county in a timely manner. No unusual accounting conventions, meaning there's no transactions that we found that were not in accordance with GAAP. Again, no disagreements with management. And I think this might be one of the key takeaways. We had no audit adjustments, meaning, our audit, the trial balance we started with was what we finished with. So I think as the commission, ask and get financial information monthly, you can take reliance that information is being provided to you is accurate and reliable. And then lastly, as Ken mentioned, we completed the audit schedule in accordance with our plan. So I'll just go right into the service and deliverables, and I do apologize, this will get kind of repetitive, but when it comes to audit reports, usually no news is good news, so I will apologize for that. But first is our independent auditors report, and this is our report on whether your financial statements are materially correct. We had an unmodified opinion. That is the highest level assurance you can receive that your financial statements are correct. So again, that is a clean audit report. Next is a report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance. Again, we don't render opinion, but if we did note any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control, we would report those items in this report. Again, no findings or issues noted. This is where it gets repetitive a little bit. So our next report, once again, as always, the county met the state and federal thresholds for a single audit, meaning they exceeded $750,000 in federal and $750,000 in state. That requires a separate audit on compliance and internal control as it relates to those grants. We had an unmodified opinion as it relates to compliance with a single audit, and we had no material weaknesses or no significant deficiencies or findings or questions caused. So again, a clean single audit. The way we test programs, it's really a calculation. So this year, we only had one federal program tested, which was the fiscal recovery funds, because those are deemed high risk by the OMB. But we did have 5 state projects that were tested. So overall, a pretty significant lift in your single audit, but again, no issues, no findings noted. Our next report is the Auditor General Required Management Letter, and this letter continues to grow as the Auditor General continues to put things in here, but it really covers several things. First, if the county was any financial emergency or any significant deteriorating condition in its financial condition, we would report that to you. But again, as you'll see, we go through the financial information. The county remains very strong financial position. If we had any other findings or recommendations that didn't quite meet the level of our internal control report, we'd also include in this report. But again, this is a clean report, no findings, no compliant issues noted. Next is our independent accountants report, which is just an examination on compliance as it relates to Florida statutes for investments and your E911 funds. So again, no compliance issues noted with that report. We also do agreed upon procedures report as it relates to the solid waste management facility. Again, no exceptions noted. And then also all constitutional offices were also audited. The Community Redevelopment Agency and your PFC charges were separately audited. Again, those are all unmodified opinions with no issues noted. So before I go into the comparative data, again, I think really the takeaway is, very strong, clean audit. Really, the reports speak for themselves. You have a great team between the clerk's office, the board staff, and all the constitutional officers that all contribute to these audit results. So we have some comparative data with some peer counties, which you can see above, just kind of comparison to 24 and 23 between Pinellas County, and then comparing it to the 2023 information from those counties. You can see really general fund, assigned, unassigned fund balance. This really is your reserves, your ability to meet any unforeseen needs. You saw a slight drop in 24 compared to 23 from 37 to 26, but this was really a budgeted spend down, and you can see it's still really comparative with your peers. Hillsborough is kind of the outlier, but I think my next slide will kind of flip that scenario a little bit. But again, the county remains very strong reserves and well positioned to handle any emergency, which obviously we experienced in end of September, October. And then as Ken mentioned, really this is I think a great slide to really show the strength of the county is your debt compared to your peers. I mean, it's not even close again. So this really just shows your ability to not to be limited by debt. And that's where you can see Hillsborough County really flips. Although it had the higher fund balance, it's also highest or higher on the debt chart. So again, I think, just take away from the audit, very strong results. The county remains in strong financial position. At this point, if there's any questions on the audit, on the reports, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Question?
Mr. Eggers.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the work you and your firm have done this year. And I just always want to take the opportunity to thank Ken and his entire department, his group that puts such incredible work into this. And we never have any issues, never have any problems. And I like boring, to your point. This is a great report. And the work that we have with our division of the Inspector General work, it's all really catered to being more transparent and open for our residents. So anybody can find out just about anything that's going on in this county, and it can come to the sources, the transparency documents that have been prepared. So again, to each of the employees of Ken Burke's department, his entire organization, congratulations, and again, thank you for your work and for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Want to congratulate you on a wonderful report. I think I may have shared this. Did Ken leave? Oh, hey. I think I may have shared this with Ken. I believe I shared it with Barry. I utilized some of these documents for my doctorate and received from the professors what a wonderful document that these were. And so I'm sure if I needed to share these this year with them, they would say the same. I am grateful for the comparatives that were presented when looking at the budget structure over the last 3 years, because what that does, I believe, is backs up our claim to our residents, where we have sought to reduce the millage over the last 3 years, but to actually show where the dollars are going, which is mostly into services for the public good. So I really appreciate that. I do use these. I always have Darlena get quite a few when I'm speaking to neighborhood associations and whatnot. And you've given us boxes. But I use these because visual coming from somebody else sometimes is better than hearing a vocal from me. And so I'm putting you on notice. I need another box because I have a neighborhood association Kona meeting, and it's going to be all the neighborhoods there. But I do like this document. I especially like the way you have broken up this dollar bill to actually show the residents, this is where your money goes. This is breaking up a dollar into pieces, and here's where it goes. So I'm going to blow this piece up. But excellent document. Thank you. I'll read this probably a little bit more in depth because I am a financial nerd, but I was reading some of the comparatives in that and saw them to be in order. So thank you also very much. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your staff, because you all have a lot of work to do on top of some of the new work that you have to do. So thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just like my colleague said, just wanted to take a moment to recognize the work of the clerk and his whole team on this year's annual comprehensive financial report. I read the MD&A in detail, and kind of what stood out to me was the honest and clear explanation of our $511 million unrestricted deficit in government activities. So I think that's impressive level of transparency that really builds public trust. And also want to commend the clerk for highlighting that Pinellas County continues to hold zero general obligation debt. We know in an era of a lot of government spending, it's definitely a major accomplishment, and it's a reflection of disciplined, conservative fiscal management. And I'm proud to serve along the clerk and colleagues and staff who take that responsibility seriously. So thank you, and thank you guys.
And I would like to commend Ken for Spending in the Sunshine. It is a fabulous, fabulous website. And for any residents out here that may be watching or listening today, I encourage you to take a look at that, because it is probably the best website, most transparent website. I would say certainly in the state of Florida, and probably one of the top in the country. So hats off to you for that. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, now we are going to move on to citizens to be heard. First, we have Jane Wolowick, followed by David Ballard Geddes Jr. Dave, are you ready with the timer? Okay. Yeah, we got to keep here. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
To the Pinellas County Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Jane Wallowik, and I live at 102 and 104 Driftwood Lane. I know that Duke Energy is trying to make the utility poles in my neighborhood safer. However, the pole that was on my property has been moved from its prior location by 22 inches closer to my driveway. I have pictures for you to see it. It is now only 8 inches from the edge of a curved driveway. This is a great hazard to anyone driving into my garage. It is especially dangerous to an elderly person like I am. I am 80 years old, and I have multiple health issues, including cancer and heart valve replacement twice. And also, unfortunately, my husband died last year. I have tried multiple times to contact Duke Energy and their subcontractor. They have tried to blow my concerns off. I find it very difficult. Florida statute requires utility poles to be 2 feet minimum from street curbs. By inference, this should be the minimum distance from a private driveway. Therefore, I implore you to contact Duke Energy on my behalf to have them move the utility pole right back next to where it was originally, its previous location, which is 30 inches away, making it much safer. I don't think this is an unreasonable request. In view of the great danger this utility pole presents, if left in its new location, it is a real hazard. Thank you for your kind attention and hopefully for resolving this issue. And I will say to you that no one out of 800 homes in my community in Harbor Bluffs has an electric pole that has been placed on a curved driveway, 8 inches. It is absolutely awful, and there is no one that I can speak to that is giving me any reasonable recourse. I'm going to give you the pictures. I appreciate your help. Any questions? No?
Do we have your contact information? Do we have your phone number and email address by chance?
Okay, it's Jane Wallowik, Wollowick. My phone number is 727-510-5896. My email is HEWGAON, and like a Nancy, @AOL.com. And thank you very much for listening to me. Any other questions? I'd like to give you the pictures. I don't know if I'm.
You could leave them with the clerk there? Yes.
Can I walk them over there?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, next we have David Ballard Geddes Jr., followed by Greg Pound.
Good afternoon, David. Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. After the hurricanes last year, many of our homes were so badly damaged that they had to be demolished and removed. As a result, the homeowner discontinued their water and electric to their homes because without a home, there was no need for such supply. Yet, oddly, the residents still find that they receive a water bill. And in order to avoid foreclosure of what remains of their property, the residents are forced to pay the dictates of a reclaimed water availability fee. The reclaimed water availability fee, interpositioned in on our county utility bill, is used to finance an ad hoc third-party facility bond contrivance, placing us in bondage as reflected in Statute 15311. Such a despotic charge is imposed upon the resident even after we have discontinued using water and we have no home to live in. Our public utility supply and rate water bill has now been overtaken by a third-party facility availability charge. Such bond charge has defiled our utility bill and has failed to clothe itself as anything other than a water tax. This water tax is toll charging our water access, placing in bondage our access to our vital water supply and rate. Using water, they have elected to place us in bondage. Such third-party facility charge is using our public utility billing system to tax our vital water needs for the privilege of access to using the life-giving virtues of water. If we want the privilege of opportunity to access the use of our vital water resources, we must first pay the bond contrivance of a third-party reclaimed water facility invocation as based on Pinellas County Resolution 95-286. And if we refuse to pay for the reclaimed water availability fee, they will foreclose our property and claim eminent domain of what we have remaining based on Statute 15303, Section 5. Until this point, the reclaimed water facility availability fee was able to clothe itself as a utility supply and rate, appearing to be congruent with the special acts of 1953. But today, like Jacob in the Bible wearing a fur coat in order to get a blessing from his father, the facility water tax has revealed itself as nothing other than a bond charge, clothing itself as a utility supply and rate initially. Well, that's no longer valid anymore. Thanks to the hurricanes last year, the Supreme Court case 96332 has proven itself defective. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Greg Pound, followed by Ron Walker.
Yes, Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. I'm going to read out of Isaiah 59, verse 15. It says, Yea, truth faileth, and he that departeth from evil maketh himself a prey. And Yahweh saw it, and it displeased Yahweh that there was no judgment. You know, it's amazing when you do this audit. We need, like, the Doge people to come in here and audit this county because this is a dirty county when it comes to money, the corruption that's in this county and the people that's running it. When you have Jim Coates' lawyer standing up in Tallahassee in a judicial Senate committee and he tells them, I'm not only an attorney, but I'm also the sheriff in Pinellas County. And even the people in Pinellas County, when we are so ignorant of the rule of law in our land, which is the Constitution, we're in big trouble. And if we don't know the Bible, we don't understand the Constitution, where the Constitution comes from, because that's what they built the Constitution, our rights and liberties from, is out of the Word of God. And so what I have here is this is a sign that I stand out with, and it's real simple. It just says, sex is not love outside of marriage. Sex breeds violence. Read the Bible. Love can wait. Lust can't. And if you want to build a relationship, the Bible talks about the beauty of holiness. It's like children, babies, they're beautiful. They're just, because they're the closest of a human being you can get without sin. They have a sin nature, but they're not living it. And they have this beautiful just countenance about them. And you can have that in a marriage relationship if you stay away from sex until you're married. Every adult, this needs to be taught in our school system. When I take this sign out and I explain to the young people, and some of the girls start crying when they understand that sex is not love. When our children are being programmed and indoctrinated through our system that sex is love, and then they're out there exposing themselves and giving themselves, and all they're doing is getting used. And when they wake up to that, they're bitter and angry and filled with hate. That's your children. That's your children and your grandchildren they're doing this stuff to. And it's not being fixed because we've got massive corruption. We're a system of predators preying on people. When we have illegal people running our constitutional office, Supreme Constitutional Office in this county is our Sheriff's Department. You got Jim Coates' lawyer running our Sheriff's Department. Any deputy, anyone, a jail deputy would be better in the place of being our sheriff than Robert Guattari. Okay, and I mean, this stuff is just out of control. And after a while, you know, after you get so much knowledge and you sit here and you listen to all these lies and this ignorance, it's almost, it's really hard to deal with it. It really is. I mean, you just, you know, and then you got 3 minutes to come up and try to explain to people what's going on. But we're just in trouble. We're really in trouble because everyone just supports the lie. It's just like this vaccination stuff, what's going on with that, and what we did. When we had that Chinese guy coming, when you guys were over there at the Tropical Center over there, in there telling you all about how good the vaccinations were and all this other stuff, it's still killing people. We're still losing tons and tons of Americans.
Thank you, Greg.
Yep.
Ron Walker, followed by Phyllis Young.
Ron Walker, 7100 Olmerton Road, Largo, Florida. I've been following a couple of counties in the state of Florida, Broward and Miami-Dade, and I've discovered that they have what is called a false claims ordinance that cooperates with the state's false claims statute, and as a result, they're collecting tens of millions of dollars that are being stolen, that was being stolen from their counties. Now, I know this county this commission wants to believe that the people of Pinellas County all conduct their lives following a Judeo-Christian ethic. I submit that some of the citizens of Pinellas County ethic is do unto others before they can do you. And they're clipping us of millions of dollars. Now, we can stop that clipping by passing a false claims ordinance. I recommend you copy Miami-Dade's, for it's perfect, and it cooperates with the state statute. If you're going to cooperate with the governor's order on Doge, efficiency's a two-sided coin. Certainly you have to spend well and stop the waste, but on the other side of the coin, you've got to collect what is due you. And you will do that with a false claims ordinance. It won't cost you anything. You won't have to do a lot of work. The work is generally done for you. You just get the money. So I recommend you look at it. Now, I've discovered a lot of successes these counties have had. They're too broad to discuss in a 3-minute increment twice a month. However, I shall mail them to you, email, on a schedule, and I hope that they will inspire you, maybe even make you a little jealous of the other counties, and get you to act to protect the constituents you have swollen to protect. Other than that, guys, have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We have Phyllis Young, followed by Michael Brannigan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Phyllis Young. I live at 2446 Lynn Lake Circle South, Apartment B, St. Petersburg, Florida. We are here today as community members and representatives of FAST, Faith in Action for Strength Together. We want to celebrate the work that this commission has done to create more affordable housing in our county, particularly by committing over $83 million of the Penny for Pinellas money. This will create over 2,000 units of affordable housing, which our community desperately needs. We are here to celebrate and to remind you of the need for more, particularly housing for families earning 80% of the AMI or less. We affirm Resolution 19-6, which includes goals for focus on housing of 80% or less, and we thank Commissioner Eggers for attending our recent assembly and affirming this as the priority. We are calling on each of you to prioritize housing for 80% or less with the remaining penny funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Brannigan. Going once, going twice. Okay. Next we have on Zoom, Robert Novatin.
Mr. Novatin, can you please raise your virtual hand in Zoom so we can go ahead and unmute you? Mr. Noviton, can you hear us? Hello, Mr. Noviton? It looks like he's unmuted, but he's maybe having technical difficulties. Mr. Noviton, can you try muting and unmuting again?
Nothing?
No, sir. He's also registered to speak on item 33. I'm not sure if maybe it'll work then. Mr. Noviton, one last try. Can you hear us? No,
Okay,
sorry.
all right, we'll move on then. Okay. All right, that concludes public comment. So now we'll move on to the consent agenda, items 8 through 27. Would any member of the board like to pull any items?
Item 23.
Item number 23, okay. Okay, so we have a motion for everything other than item 23. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Egger, a second by Commissioner Peters. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, item 23.
Item 23 is a ranking of firms with agreements with the number one ranked firm of Clifton Larson Allen for comprehensive security risk assessment services from BTS.
Any questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, just, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and, thank the BTS team for bringing forward this, comprehensive plan to strengthen our county's cybersecurity posture. It's definitely needed. Though, I support the contract moving forward, though I just would, propose to the board that there's 165,000 optional services in that. That's not part of the 495,000 base contract. So, I think if we're going to tap into that optional service, instead of approving the director of BTS to unilaterally just approve that, it should come back to the board for approval of that option, because that's more than 1/3 of the total contract. So I'd be comfortable, moving forward today, though if they do the optional services of 165,000, that comes to the board for approval instead of staff approval.
Got it. Any
Jeff is
reasons?
here if you'd like to ask him
Yeah,
questions.
Jeff, want to come up? Good afternoon, Jeff.
Good afternoon. Jeff Roars with Business Technology Services and Chief Information Officer.
Okay.
Yes. So traditionally, we perform these audits every 3 to 5 years, and we do retain a bit of the contract value for items that are found during the audit or during the assessment to allow for a very quick engagement and change of scope around that. So if we do identify something that's of a critical nature, we want to address it very quickly. So that's why we typically leave that additional capacity in the contract approval to allow us to be very flexible with remediating these security issues immediately versus coming back for approval and then doing that. So it's just something we've traditionally done. Certainly, we believe it allows us to be flexible and responsive to our cybersecurity threats.
This contract's for 1 year, 12 months?
This contract is for 1 year with one 12-year extension if necessary, but only if, for some reason, the total audit goes longer than 12 months. But it's really anticipated to be done in 1 year.
I think it's, thank you, Chair. It's just, thank you, Jeff. But they're just providing like an assessment of our side, like they're not actually in the contract actually doing any of the fixing of if there are any issues, right? They're just kind of like saying, hey, we're going through like the 12 departments, I think it is, and, looking through everything. So if there are that, that quickness, which it kind of says in the optional services for travel, part of that could be allotted to as well. They're not actually fixing anything, right? They're just assessing the network.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Typically, it's us or one of our vendors fixing, and then they're doing the reassessment and validation to make sure that it actually got fixed or actually was resolved. So it's a reassessment or a revalidation.
And there is a reassessment already built in
in the contract already.
Correct.
Commissioner Eggers?
What's the base amount?
499.
That's 499, but the 165 is the optional piece of that.
$499 and then 165 optional fees.
That's the part you're talking about? And is this pretty traditional that we've done it this way? And in the past, how much of that extra have we ended up using? As a, roughly a percentage, would you say?
I don't think we've ever used it.
So we stand,
The last,
it stands ready, it stands available to be momentarily used if you need it on the spot.
correct. And our last audit was in 2021. It began in 2020, concluded in 2021, and I don't believe we used any additional funding.
Questions? Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I serve on the BTS committee, and we have some extensive conversations around the utilization of technology and the funding of any programs or site overview for the various programs that we have coming up. I have, and I think I've shared this with my colleagues, when I attended the Florida Association of Counties Technology Conference that was held last year, and I came back and shared that information with you guys as well as with the BTS committee on the importance and the relevancy of not only being able to assess your system, and I utilized the sheriff's office that presented to us who, unfortunately, not our sheriff's office, but it was another sheriff's office who was compromised, and what all it took in order for them to turn their things around. And so I've shared with you all that I'm taking any assessments or evaluations of our systems and then upgrades of our systems, and certainly additional firewalls that we need to do to try to eliminate the possible intrusion in our system if possible. One of the things that the sheriff officer, and I think I even shared the links with you guys, but one of the things that the sheriff officer talked about was the ability to be quote unquote at the ready if needed. And so even though this is an assessment to determine our system and then to make any corrections if needed, should that be warranted, I just think this is an area where I would like to see us not, I hate to use the word skimp around, but mess around, because you all often get the quarantine reports just like I do. You get all of the other updates from BTS whenever there's been an issue or intrusion. We have the security training that we take, but unfortunately, we still have some people at times kind of maybe not pay attention to some of those things. So this is just an area that's important, and I've seen and had the opportunity to hear from other counties what the impacts have been when they have not had some of these things in place to be able to act immediately. I understand this is an assessment of the system, but we're not quite sure what may come up. In addition, we have a number of systems that are not connected. For example, the courthouse can't be connected because we can't access that. The sheriff's office can't be connected, they can't access that. I think Julie's, the supervisor of election system, can't be connected. So it's not just our county operation systems, it's all of those other little programs that we have out there. The clerk's office, because they have all of the court records and payment systems and all of that stuff. So it's a huge undertaking, and since it's been about 4 years or so, I don't know what we will or will not find. We've talked about enhancing our computer system. I certainly have been on the harp about our human resource structure system. So we don't know what they're going to find, but I do think it would be warranted to have those funds at the ready. If BTS had not been good stewards of the funding that they have received in the past and misdirected funds or something like that, I would have a little bit more angst about the fact that the funds haven't been used before, but I believe that is an attribute to Jeff and his department when it comes to the work that they do daily to try to stay on top of things, so that when we do have these assessments, that the scope is wide, but we find very few issues if need be. So that's nothing personal. That's just my only reason, because I serve on the committee. I get to hear all the dialogue and discussion, and certainly all of the reports related to where we're going, as well as what has been happening nationally when it comes to the security of not just government systems, but systems period, without bad actors out there.
I was on BTS last year when we talked about the importance of going through this audit, because we hadn't done it since 21, I think it was, you said. So, yeah, I understand certainly the importance of it. Jeff, if it was needed, would it be, would you need all of that, or just, I guess you don't really know, but it wouldn't be a cash call for the whole thing, probably just whatever is required to.
Exactly, and there would be really two areas where those funds would be engaged. One is a re-audit, revalidation, or two, if we identify an area of weakness, I don't want to get into specifics, but if we did identify an area of weakness, we may want to add additional scope for a deeper dive in that area, and they would go deeper in that specific area with a little deeper scope because we found things. So again, this is a flexible part of this, really also is within the budgeted amount as well that we have in.
So this is within this year's budget?
This year's budget, correct.
The total contract, even with the option, is within the budget?
Correct, and it is one-time dollars. There's no recurring component to this.
Okay, great. Okay, any other?
Move approval.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Egger, a second from, I think that was Commissioner Flowers, I think. Okay. All right, okay. So we have a motion and a second. This is still consent, so I guess it's a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Mr.
Thank you very
Chair.
much. Good point, Commissioner Wickie. Thanks for bringing that
Mr.
up.
Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I had a little bit of an issue. Could you repeat who were the first and the second?
It was a motion by Commissioner Egger, a second by Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you.
Yep, all right, so now we're on to regular agenda item number 28.
It's the third amendment to an agreement with VSC Fire and Security for fire protection services. It's a third amendment. It's a contract amendment by $2.3 million, provide additional capacity through the end of the term.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Do we have any discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we could open up the voting, please.
Can we have a voice vote?
Okay, we'll do a voice
Sorry,
vote.
we'll
All
figure
in
it
favor?
out.
Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Okay.
You're off the hook, Bill. All right. Item
number 30.
29 is
29,
a
I'm sorry,
resolution
29.
designating and approving an updated list of code inspectors' job titles. It's required by state statute.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Peters. There's no fiscal impact to this, correct?
No, we have to do it every year. We have to designate them because law enforcement or federal law, or Florida law requires it to designate those that can provide that enforcement.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, if we could open up the voting, please. See if it works this time. Well, how about we do a voice vote? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now we'll move on to item 30.
This is an amendment of one renewal to a data sharing agreement between Florida Department of Commerce and Pinellas Economic Development.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Egger, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion? Okay, should we try the voting machine or do another vote? Voice vote. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Good thing you already got your money, Jeff. Hey,
yeah. All right, motion carries. Item number 31.
Item 31?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Item 31 is the second amendment to a memorandum of understanding with Pinellas County School Board for capital improvement funding for hurricane shelter retrofits at pre-identified schools.
Motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Flowers. Yes.
I hope I'm not starting or opening a Pandora's box, but there's some conversation about the school district potentially closing a few schools because of low population in certain schools and whatnot. So I'm sure that as they're looking at shelter retrofitting or whatever, we'll make sure that none of those would be schools that would be on the potential. Nothing has been decided, but just sharing that and saying, I would think that we would be looking out for that to make sure we don't invest
Kathy Perkins is here, so she's hearing that, so she'll make sure that she brings that up when they have their discussions.
Okay. Because Gibbs High School is one of the schools that was floated around for not remaining open. I'm not saying that's one, but I'm just saying Gibbs is one of the largest shelters in South St. Pete.
It absolutely is.
Yeah, and so if that would be one of them, then that would be, So anyway, I'm just, I didn't say it was. I said floating around, but I'm just alerting, Don't throw the cans at me today.
All right, any further discussion? All right, if we could open up the voting, or are we doing another voice vote? Oh, here we go. All right, good. All right, it's working. Okay. All right. There you go. Passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, item number 32.
This resolution is approving the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Citizen Participation Plan, which is required per HUD.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, if we could open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Item number 33.
So the 33 and 34, these are your opioid funding. So one is for the county funds and one is for the regional funds. The first is City and County Opioid Abatement Funding Priority List for the Board of Commissioners approval to submit it to the Florida Department of Children and Families.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Nowicki. Yes. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on.
Okay.
Mr. Noverton, can you please raise your virtual hand in Zoom so we can go ahead and unmute you to speak on this item?
Did you get a second?
Mr. Noverton, are you able to hear us? Mr. Noverton? Okay. I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you.
So we did, sorry, Mr. Chair, we did receive an email from him. And it's a long email, and I understand his pain and his frustration. But his direct cost is, his question was, is this going to go directly to services? And it's our hope, definitely the county money is going directly to services. The county-wide project is going to expanded services. So not only is it going to be for medically assisted treatment, but it's likely going to be housing. It's likely going to be everything that we have a gap in. We're waiting for the RFPs to come in, but this is the plan about what it's going to be, and we're looking for proposals to give us, comprehensive transformative change to make it much better than what he and his family have experienced in the past. So our hope and our goal is to be direct services for his information and to have transformative change to this system so that we can better meet the needs than we have in the past. So I assume that that's what he's calling about is his email. And that's my response to that.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Nowicki, a second by Commissioner Peters. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we could open up the voting. Dave? Okay, passed unanimously. Item number 34.
Again, that was the city, and this is the regional funds.
Okay. All right, so we have motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Latvala. Any discussion? Hearing none, if we can open up the voting, please. Okay, passed unanimously. Thank you. Item number 35.
This resolution authorizes a waiver for the indigent care fee. It's 1/4% of the bonds used for Pinellas County in serving medically indigent in connection with the issuance of the Health Facilities Authority revenue and revenue refunding bonds. The principal amount not to exceed $25 million, and this is for St. Mark's Village in Palm Harbor.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Flowers. Do we have any discussion? No, this has no fiscal impact for the county.
No fiscal impact to the county.
Okay. All right. Hearing no discussion, if we could open up the voting, please. Okay, passed unanimously. Item number 36.
It's a maintenance agreement with Haven of Palm Harbor for utilization and maintenance of Bee Pond Road right-of-way.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Peters. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Have any discussion? No? Okay, if we can open up voting, please. Passes unanimously. Item number 37.
This is a hazard mitigation grant program application with the Florida Division of Emergency Management for the replacement of 10 emergency backup power generators for different pump stations and utilities. Grant amount requested is $2.25 million. County match is $750,000.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we can open up voting, please. Pass unanimously. Item number 38.
First Amendment to Cyber Response Team and Legal Services Agreement. This revises the self-insurance retention from $250,000 to $500,000 and modifies the rates.
Do we have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Eggers. So I've got a question. So this puts us on the hook for an additional $250K?
Correct. I'm sure it's, I don't know, is Jeff still here? I'm not sure of the reason for the modification.
we're
I'm
agreed-
assuming it had, with the cost of it
Yeah.
going up, and we just assumed a bigger liability, but I'll let Jeff speak to it.
Yes, good afternoon again. Yes, this action here is to amend the current agreement, as mentioned, to adjust the rates, but also increase from $250,000 to $500,000, which matches our cyber liability insurance self-insurance retention or deductible, if you will. So it brings it in alignment with our current insurance policy. And this allows us to engage this cyber coach and also the forensics team, and then cover our portion up to when the insurance would kick in.
Okay. Are we getting any consideration on the rates, the insurance rates or not, or is this just a policy adjustment for us?
This is really our own contract with a provider that also is approved through our policy.
Okay. All right. So I believe we had a motion to second on that, did we not? Yeah. Okay. All right. Any further questions, discussion? All right. Hearing none, if we can open up the voting. Thanks, Jeff. Passed unanimously. Item number 39.
This resolution is approving issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds. This is for Riverside Apartments, a little over $44 million, 304 unit multifamily rental housing facility. Again, no general fund is required.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. Any discussion? It's North County.
I failed to mention that.
All right, if we can open up the voting, please. Passed unanimously. Item number 40.
This is the same thing. This is for 126 apartments in Largo, $30 million.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. Any further discussion? Hearing none, if we can open up the voting, please. Passed unanimously. Item number 41.
This is a TEFRA hearing for the refinancing of a Clear Bay Terrace multifamily housing projects from the Housing Authority, $15.4 million. This is on Betty Lane in Clearwater.
Motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we can open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Item number 42.
And same, this is a TEFRA hearing for the Clearside Manor from the Housing Authority, $15.5 million, and this is also in Clearwater.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we could open up the voting. Passes unanimously. County Attorney, item number 43.
Under item number 43, I'm requesting authorization to file a foreclosure suit in the referenced case. This is a matter that came out of your Code Enforcement Division.
Will of the board? Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Latvala. Any discussion? Hearing none, if we could open up the voting. Passed unanimously. Item 44.
Similarly, under item 44, this is a request to file a foreclosure action to foreclose on a special magistrate lien arising from a code enforcement action.
Okay, will of the board? Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion? Hearing none, if we could open up voting. Passed unanimously. County Attorney reports.
No reports today.
Okay, thank you. Item 46, County Administrator.
I have 3 items today. The first item, I'll ask Kathy Perkins to come up and give you a emergency management hurricane season 2025 update.
Okay.
I said it too quick.
Good afternoon, Kathy. How are you?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners, so much. Kathy Perkins, Director of Emergency Management. So thank you for your time this afternoon. I wanted to give you an update on some of the things we've continued to be working on from the 2024 season and also then how we're prepping up for the 2025 season. I have placed in front of you at your desks our 2025 hurricane guide. It is available now, English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. It's available online and at all of our libraries. And if you have any special groups that need large quantities, please don't hesitate to reach out to us and we'll be happy to get them to you. This year on our cover photo, we wanted to make sure that we used local pictures of impacts that had happened. And as bad as all that damage was, none of these storms were direct landfalling impacts for Pinellas County. And we want to continue to educate people on the risks of, in our communities. As you saw a few weeks ago, we completed the after action report, and we are working on a highlights document so that way we can emphasize the actions that are underway, and we'll make this available on our website so that way everybody can see all the things, the different entities that are working on. And I just kind of want to recap. We had the Emergency Operations Center activated for over 150 days last year. And EM staff, we still continue to work on recovery as we've been ramping up to help all of our communities prepare. So shelters are always a big concern, and thank you so much for passing the item earlier for us to be able to continue with the mitigation projects. Last year, we operated shelters and step-down shelters for 50 days. That's the longest time we've ever had people in shelters after hurricanes. We had 1,700 people for Helene and approximately 13,000, including our special needs folks, during Hurricane Milton. Our best practice, especially with our special needs folks, what we observed was that it's very difficult for them for even a short period of time to be away from their homes and to be into a group setting like a shelter. So we brought in the State Department of Elder Affairs that really helped us with placement of folks, and we brought in Evera Community Health to help us do assessments and help get assistance for those people that were in shelters. So these are some of the best practices that we'll be continuing through this year. With our municipal support, so thank you to our county administrator who's helping us to reach out to our cities. We're asking our cities to help provide staffing to all of our risk sheltering and also to help identify additional locations for step-down sheltering. Step-down sheltering is key because we want to ensure that we can get the schools back open so we can try to normalize the community as quickly as possible. So we want to make sure that we identify as many locations as possible. We've also met with the clerk's office and the tax collector, the appointing authorities, to try to get additional personnel to help support with that risk sheltering task. Some of the things that we continue to work on with FEMA under their individual assistance is their direct housing program. And over this past year, we had over 105 local hotels supporting over 3,900 households that had been displaced. Tremendous work from all of our hotelier partners, and we are just most appreciative for them to be able to assist our residents at their greatest time of need. At this time, we still have 39 households that are in the FEMA Hotel TSA program. That has been extended through June 8th, and there is a request in for a 60-day extension that we're waiting to hear from them on if that's been approved. We also still continue to have 84 households in the state non-congregate shelter program, and they do a 30-day review. That program will continue through September. So we're continuing to work with those households, with the state and with FEMA to determine what those needs are and to see how we can continue to support them and assist them as they transition out. We've been working with all of our local jurisdictions to help streamline the process for people getting permits to be able to place travel trailers or mobile homes on their private lots. We continue to meet with FEMA. Last week, they held a special in-person event for people who were identified that still have barriers that are in TSA. They personally worked with 23 households, and we're looking to set up another event to continue to work with the households that are looking for solutions. We have been working on our shelter training program. So as you can imagine, being in a shelter during a disaster is very difficult. It's difficult for our community members, and it's a great task that we ask all of our community or our county employees to assist us with. We have been updating our training. We took a lot of feedback from our after-action meetings and sessions. We created a shelter training task force that is helping to ensure that we incorporate feedback from employees and from our other partners working in the shelters. We are creating a just-in-time training video because unfortunately sometimes the people that have been pre-identified to work in the shelters aren't available at the time, and then we need to get additional folks. We are increasing our contract capacity, and we'll be meeting with all of the principals and plant operators along with the county employees that serve as shelter managers. This was a best practice that was identified last year. We did it with our 6 largest schools, the ones that we primarily open every time. This year, we're going to extend that out to all of the principals and the plant operators. Schools have really been a tremendous supporter in this process. Our special needs program, this again is continuingly something that we have to follow up on every year. We had almost 3,400 people on the registry, and we conducted a call down. The registry now is at about 3,100. This is a tough population. Unfortunately, sometimes people transition into nursing homes or assisted living facilities, or we find that people have passed and no longer need our assistance. So making sure that we maintain that registry up to date is extremely critical. Last year, we started with a program to do mail-outs to all of the people that are registered for information on what they could expect when a storm was coming and what actions they personally needed to take. Tragically, 2 of the deaths that we had last year were people with special needs. And they were people that when we did the call down, either refused to go, or when we actually had a fire district show up at their house, they refused to get on the bus. And this is very difficult for us. So we want to see if we can also get additional personnel to assist when we go out to pick up people. We understand that evacuating is a very difficult decision to make. Most people feel very safe in their homes, and they don't want to leave them. So we want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to support those people in that life risk decision that they have to make. We're continuing to work with commercial mobile home parks where FEMA can place them, and we've got 8 direct placements that have happened and 9 that are pending. So again, continue to try to work to help folks get placement. The greatest challenge throughout all of this has been the ability to synthesize all of the data that we get from FEMA, and there's information that the state has. So we've really been trying to work to understand what the status and the needs of the family are. Case management is another challenge for us, and I'm just so excited to see that part of the CDBG-DR monies will have case management components built into the people first approach. We continue to work with our community providers for potential resources, Bay Area Legal Services, municipalities for permitting issues, and we're trying to look for better ways to coordinate this in the future. In April, we actually saw a dashboard. To get the FEMA data, I get 5 separate spreadsheets for Helene and 3 separate spreadsheets for Milton, because it's so many people, it's so much data. And the state had an incredible dashboard where we could actually do queries, and you could look at things by county and see what some of the barriers were for folks. So we're hoping to be able to use that more in the future to help us, and then meeting with our partners to help identify plans and how we can assist people. In our conversation even with FEMA this morning, we realize there has to be much more friendly guidance that's put out there for the public when they're receiving help from FEMA. And I just want to assure anybody out there that if you registered with FEMA, if you haven't heard from them in the last 30 days, or the needs or your situation have changed, please call the hotline. If you've had delays in insurance payout, make sure that they aren't waiting for you to submit something. Sometimes what happens is they may have made a request for a document, maybe somebody missed that request. So we want to make sure that nobody's stuck in the pipeline somewhere because something hasn't been done. And that number is 1-800-621-3362. And as I mentioned, we'll be hosting another event with FEMA, hopefully in the second week of June. We just talked about that this morning, so as soon as we get scheduled, we'll make that available. So in terms of all the coordination that is happening, there is a lot of behind-the-scenes work being done. Our utilities department has created a working group across all of the utility providers in the county to address the lessons learned. And I know Kelly will be coming up in a little bit, so I'll let her talk about the work that Public Works is doing. We've been meeting with our hospitals, our nursing homes, and assisted living facilities. We started meetings to talk about mitigation measures. So the Florida Division of Emergency Health and our Healthcare Coalition are going out and meeting with facility managers to talk about mitigation measures that they can take. Several hospitals are instituting mitigation measures. HCA Largo is investing in a water barrier to help protect their electrical room that flooded out last year. That's what caused the need to have to do the evacuation of their facility during the storm. And they were closed for almost 2 months after. So that's an incredible resource that we don't want to lose. Some of our hospitals are investing in hookups for water trucks that can help boost the pressure, and generators for lift stations that are near their facilities. The sheriff has been working with our local fire chiefs to build unified and area command, building off the successful water rescues that have been done. And how can we continue to better streamline not only the in-county resources that we have, but also the incoming assets that we had coming into the county? We want to ensure that we have a staging area for all of these assets coming in, and that if they need a base camp or an area for respite. Last year, all of those departments had over 1,600 calls for water rescues. We want to have a more seamless transfer between our county information center and 911. Sometimes people may call 911 and it's more of an information call. So we want to make sure that we can transfer that down seamlessly to the county information center and vice versa. Sometimes people will call in and their call is actually more of a 911. So we're working with them to make sure that we can flip those over quickly. Last year, 911 got over 3,600 calls in a 12-hour period. So kudos to all the folks that you recognized earlier in EMS and 911. Our County Information Center fielded over 76,000 calls and live chat inquiries for Helene and Milton. So we're continuing to look at the call tree when people call in, how can we get them information? And we see that live chat is something that a lot more folks want to be able to utilize. We've been meeting with BTS to continue supporting the emergency operations centers and the successful implementation of the Starlink into our phone enterprise system. This has really been a best practice, and as we've talked with local hospitals that lost systems last year because the internet was out for so long, a number of them are also looking to add Starlink to their facilities to support those systems. The state just held a state and county training for elected and municipal leaders. They had really great attendance. Kevin Guthrie was down here, and he gave great praise to Pinellas County for the work that is done not only by emergency management, but also our floodplain administrator, the CRS work. The county and the state presented on the roles and responsibilities that we all have at the state and local levels, and what they can expect during response, recovery, and mitigation, the decisions that they have to make at the local level, how to request resources, and they also went into substantial damage determinations and long-term recovery. One of the things that we want to make sure that we're doing is continuing to work with our long-term recovery group and our voluntary organizations active in disaster. They are so critical at helping find resources for folks that have unmet needs. You know, one of the things that they did during this past hurricane season, we had a donation of over 90 mattresses. So they helped make sure that people didn't have a bed to lay on, could get that, helping people with food and furniture and clothing. And they just got funding from the American Red Cross to be able to help implement case management. So in terms of our 2025 year, we've already done over 70 community presentations since last November, reaching about 5,500 people. We have an additional 33 outreach events planned, and our big event this year will be down in St. Pete at the Willis S. Johns Recreation Center from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So I hope if you have the opportunity on that Saturday to come out and meet with us, we'd love to see you out there. Last year, we were in Tarpon, and we had over 750 people attend, so we expect it to be a high turnout. We are also going to be hosting a hurricane summit for our faith-based leaders, and this will be held on Thursday, June 5th from 9 to 11 over at the First Contact, formerly the 211 building over at the ICOT. So our faith-based community providers continue to be a tremendous resource for us. We work with over 100 different faith-based entities to be able to help our community. They really are a lifeline. And Commissioner Chair Scott, I heard you talk about getting public input and public feedback. So one of the things that I did want to highlight and make you aware of is that USF is currently doing a hurricane survey. They did one of these after Hurricane Ian, and it's a great way to collect information on how our community prepares, what their risk perception is, and then what their evacuation decision-making is. This will close in early June, and we've used previous studies to help us with our messaging to really hone in on things that we saw that maybe people misunderstood or they didn't have enough information on. Just as an example, after Hurricane Ian, they heard from Lee County residents that they did not know about the assistance available for evacuation transportation. They didn't know about special needs shelters or pet-friendly shelters. So we've made a concerted effort over the last few years to continue to plug those programs and let people know that those resources are available. And we look forward to the information that they'll share with us about our community and maybe information that we can better parlay out to everybody. One of the things that we did last year is we started a boater campaign to make sure that our boaters, which is another very vulnerable population, was aware that they should not be riding their boats out during the storm, that they need to anchor them appropriately and find a safe place to go. So this year we're expanding our campaign, and we'll be working with the National Safe Boater Council to create a video. And economic development will be co-hosting and working with the state on the Business Disaster Preparedness Week, which will be happening from May 27th to May 31st. One of the things I heard earlier, so the proclamation for the seniors. So we have an amazing group here in Pinellas called Seniors in Service. They've already gone out to 12 of our local mobile home park communities and distributed more than 1,000 guides. Again, one of our most vulnerable populations and groups out there. We'll be working with our Latino subcommittee of our whole community engagement program, and they'll be focusing on predominantly Spanish-speaking communities. And on June 6th, we will hold our first Spanish Hurricane Expo. And then we'll also be having our 4th annual Deaf Fest as we continue to work with those that are deaf and hard of hearing in our community. We'll have our 2nd Hurricane Summit for the faith-based leaders. And we're just going to continue to work with the partners. We'll continue to promote Ready Pinellas and Alert Pinellas. These have been tremendous tools in helping our community. Last year, we had close to 15,000 downloads for Ready Pinellas and up to 31,000 Alert Pinellas signups. And we sent out 171 messages through Alert Pinellas last year. And I was just so excited to hear the Youth Advisory Committee members talking about how they were out in the community and helping people after disasters. And that's really what this is all about, is how can we help empower all these other groups to help get out into the community. So just so excited to see that these young folks are embracing that community service. And we'd be happy to host them and have them come to the EOC next year as one of their field trips. So that is my report. Do you have any questions for me before I turn it over to Kelly?
Can we get more hurricane guides if we want them?
More guides? Of course.
I figured the answer was yes, but just wanted to check. Any question? Commissioner
Yeah, I have a question, and this really isn't you, it's more the sheriff, and you may not know or may know. It was disheartening to see that looters made it to the barrier islands before the residents did. Do we know if he's going to address that? Is he going to prohibit boats being launched at boat launches or anything like that? We didn't hear that, but it was really disheartening to have that happen. So if you don't have an answer, maybe we can get with the sheriff and see if he's got a plan.
Commissioner, it's a great question. I have not specifically spoken. Kathy and I just met with the sheriff regarding all of this and that preparation. I'm sure he's aware of that. You know the sheriff, and he was outraged over it, obviously, last time. So I'll bring it up to him. I'm sure he's taken measures to ensure that, but I will make sure that I bring it up to him.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate it. And, you know, when the other officers came from other parts of the town, we were all grateful for them, but I don't know how you plan it, and that's probably not our stuff. It's probably the sheriff that manages that, right?
For what?
When the other law enforcement come into town.
So this is the piece where you talk about a lesson learned. There's no question that the outside resources coming in was organized chaos. Now, you've all been out to see his nice new tents,
Yeah.
okay? And there's a lot of different ways in which those can be organized. The staging area that Kathy was mentioning earlier, having fire and rescue in the EOC, those are some of the things that we're putting into place to where we can really better organize the way resources come in, the way then they're tasked and sent out on specific missions. That way you don't have people trying to help and being in the way. So
Okay.
that
'Cause
is an area where we're going
you're saying it better than I would have said it, but thank you. I mean, it was so much, you know, I was having one of my allergy attacks and I couldn't breathe. And of course, in my town, there was no fire station, there's no police station, there's nothing. And I tried waving down an officer, I don't know where they were from, Brevard maybe. And they just sailed on by, you know. They weren't even responding to somebody in the street waving them down. And so I just didn't feel like there was, it wasn't organized chaos, it was chaos.
The command and control is going to be different, and they're going to be establishing zones, and the sheriff's going to establish a lieutenant or command person in each one of those areas. So there's definitely some lessons learned from last time that we're taking to
Because residents
heart.
would ask them questions and they'd be like, I don't know. And so they're we love that they're here, but it just wasn't well.
We would agree with that.
Okay.
And Commissioner, building off of that, so the work that communications did last year, they actually created flyers and got them out. I think it is important that we get those out even to any responder coming in, because you never know who the first person is going to have contact with a local resident.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, thanks, Kathy.
Next up is Kelly.
Good afternoon, Kelly.
Good afternoon. So we have obviously started, Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Director, our planning efforts for the season. And one of the things that we've just now completed is each year in our areas where we flood heavily, we do pre-season maintenance and clean out. And we have completed all those efforts for what we call our hot spots. And that's a really important task that we get done. But we have participated in the Palm Harbor event, and we are going to be with emergency management at the St. Petersburg Expo event that she mentioned, talking about debris management. We've updated a lot of our materials. We're going to try to get, again, pre-education, giving communities information about floodplains and about proper sorting of materials. That way, in an event, it's a little less chaotic than it was this past year. Also, what we're doing is we're hosting a pre-storm sandbag opportunity at Walsingham Park and John Chestnut Parks on June 13th and June 14th, so that folks can come out. If they do want sandbags ahead of the season, they can come out and get their sandbags at those two locations. And we're also planning on having staff out there to discuss the limitations of sandbags, where they can be used, where they won't work. We're also looking to see if we can get some vendors that provide other types of flood prevention devices to come out and demonstrate those devices.
Let me add to Kelly's thing. This is it for you to prepare. If you want sandbags, this is the time to get them.
Yes, we would
Not when
really
we
like
have
you to do that.
a cone. We will obviously provide that, but the same people that are helping with sandbag operations are the one that clean the storm drains, that have to go home and prepare their own home because we're locking them down in preparation for the storm. So we'll still provide it, but we're really trying to encourage people to prepare ahead of time, not when we're in a 5-day cone.
So Kelly, are we going to, with those efforts, there is the automatic sandbagging versus doing it yourself? Is that what I'm...
We're going to have, these are going to be do-it-yourself stations, but we will have staff there to assist. We do have a sandbagger that you can put sand in, but if the sand is at all wet, it gets clogged and it won't work. So these two events that we're having on the 13th and the 14th are do-it-yourself. With staff at these locations, we'll have as much sand and bags as people are ready for. As far as preparation, we're putting out new debris management contracts. Those are getting ready to go out through the process. I mean, our current contracts are still in place. We are still utilizing them. We just recently received approval from NRCS to perform debris removal in our channels, and that agreement is working its way through Legistar. So we will be starting debris removal back up in our creek systems that we have responsibility for. But you'll also see those general debris contracts coming back to you. We are trying to create some additional changes in those contracts that allow us to be more fluid during an event when pricing issues come up. As far as debris management sites, we have received DEP pre-authorization for all of our previously used debris management sites and are currently awaiting approval for 2 additional sites. We also plan on adding 2 more locations after we coordinate with parks and some other, and the school board. Further, we have a municipal coordination event this Thursday, the 22nd. So it's a half-day event. We bring in our contractors to retrain, and we go through the whole debris management process, the debris management site authorization process, the tracking process. So it's a full day, half-day event with our cities, and we go through all of these issues. We've already met multiple times, but this is an event where we actually bring in the contractors and we discuss challenges that we had this last year. I wanted to discuss traffic. We've had extensive coordination with the Florida Department of Transportation as well as the Sheriff's Office. And we've purchased an additional what we call 100 preferred sign inverter units, which will allow the sheriff to connect into our traffic control system in a more expedited way. We're coordinating with the DOT and law enforcement partners to also agree on a single signal priority list. This was a challenge last year, as different law enforcement agencies wanting different signals up quicker, and so this way we have one list. We're all agreeing to it, and that's what we're going to roll out in the event of a major storm that takes out the majority of our traffic system as occurred during Milton. We're also coordinating with DOT to install what we call manual transfer switches at priority state intersection, which will simplify the inverter connection procedures and performance. We have been coordinating with DOT to have actually a state representative in our field operations center to help us coordinate all these activities. And we're also working with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. They have electronic specialists in their operations as well that currently don't have storm assignments, but they have a lot of the same skill sets that our traffic folks do, and we're looking at cross-training those folks and bringing those resources potentially into Public Works to help expand the pool of resources to help get signals up quicker. Lastly, I just want to say that we're also doing a lot of streamlining and automation in our field EOC to simplify reporting out. There's a lot of coordination between our field EOC up at Public Works and the main EOC downtown, and to be able to automate reports and things like that, make sure it ensures that the EOC has the most update information. And so we've been doing a lot of automation in our field EOC and developing those tools to simplify those processes. So I'm really excited about that work. We have some really talented staff in the world of Power BI and AI, and they're making some really important strides on some automations there. And with that, I have nothing else to update you on. If you have any questions.
I have a question on the coordination. You mentioned cities participated in that. Did every city in Pinellas County participate?
We have invited every city. It's on Thursday. It's this Thursday, and we, as a matter of fact, last week I called out and I just wanted to make sure that we have received a RSVP from everyone, and if a city has not RSVP'd, that we reach out and make sure that they can have someone in attendance. It's too important.
But we expect every city to be there.
We do. And the other thing that we're going to talk about, I mean, it hasn't been signed into law yet, but the SB 180 has some additional provisions in there with regard to debris management obligations of local governments. And we want to discuss that and any challenges they feel they might have in meeting those obligations now,
Right.
in case
You've
that.
been working with municipalities on co-hosting sites and things like that. So this is not just the first meeting that they've been working with the cities on.
Correct, yes. As a matter of fact, we just had our quarterly Public Works Directors meeting a couple weeks ago, and this was the majority of the meeting, was debris and talking about all these issues and how we find remedies. But it's going to require flexibility on everyone's part. We are looking at any available open piece of, parking lots are fantastic for debris management sites, but if someone says, well, I don't want to use that because it's an inconvenience, it's like, well, we need to make a decision as to, how do we partner to make this the most effective? And so that is really where some of our challenges is. It's not that in some areas we have space that can be used, it's that there's hesitancy to use it, and we want to try to work through what is that hesitancy and how can we find a path forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. So last night, well, I sent a little summary note out today about our meeting last night about Eastlake Woodlands, and that was wrong. So it was Tarpon Woods, and I know you and I have talked about another community up there that is surrounded by a golf course that has to do its part if our stormwater system is going to work. We have to do our part, they have to do their part. So specifically with respect to Tarpon Woods, are we doing our part, number one, because there's some concerns that were expressed that night, last night, and also are we also reaching out to the owner of that former golf course about their responsibilities on storm management, if you will?
Yeah, I was just actually going through that list, and we have completed all of our maintenance and inspection and maintenance in Tarpon Woods. We went out and cleared everything after the waters from Milton had subsided, and then we just completed the pre-storm inspections, and any maintenance was performed. So that system from the county side of it is functional. Whether or not the ponds on the property, the major drainage channel of Brooker Creek, which runs right through the center line of that golf course, is all golf course property. We have not inspected it to know whether or not there are blockages on that channel, but I would suspect that there is a lot of work that needs done on that golf course, given how long it's been sitting, and I'm going to coordinate with Jude and Kevin on what path forward they want to take here, because it seemed like the list was, stormwater was a piece of it, but there were a lot of other concerns that are kind of outside of the public works realm.
That's a major issue, and I really think we should, strongly go through the ownership. And it's been difficult. I mean, even on the other case that I was talking about with Landsberg Golf Course, it's taken some persistence on your all's part to get them to the table to do what they're supposed to be doing. It's always better to do it with, in cooperation instead of trying to threaten. And so I'm hoping that those folks are starting to pick it up a little bit. But this is a major flooding area, as you know.
Yes.
And so I think we should be at their doorstep and making sure to let us on to inspect and then to require some work. And they can't just let it sit there. My understanding also is they've been piling a bunch of debris on the property whether they should or shouldn't be, I have no idea. But I just want to make sure that we're doing what we can do to enforce and reach out. So it's really, obviously, this time of the year, extremely important. Thank you.
Yeah, we heard a lot about that last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chair?
Yes.
Yes,
Sure.
Kelly, if Tarpon Woods Golf Course has an existing Swift Mud permit, has anybody, if they're in violation of the conditions of their permit, has anybody filed a notice with Swift Mud, maybe their enforcement?
I recall in the past that we have submitted complaints to the Water Management District about maintenance out there even previous to the owner that just sold. But it's been a while. Technically, I mean, usually what Swift Mud is looking at is they're just looking at the ponds and are they at their design capacity where they're supposed to be, and is the structure in good shape and that type of thing. Typically, when we go through, we're a little bit more thorough, and our code states that, I mean, if there's a site plan, that the property owner is to maintain that site in strict conformance with that site plan. The word strict is actually in the code. So, that is the tool that we've been using on another property that the commissioner mentioned, is to encourage and get folks to the table. So I think I'm going to get with Kevin and Jude and see how we want to tackle this, because like I said, that the commissioner mentioned debris piles and things. That's outside my realm, but the drainage system stuff we can assist with, and we should partner on one approach instead of not working together.
Commissioner Eckers?
Yeah, just one other thing. On the piles, what they were mostly concerned about is issues with regards to, we're talking about flooding now in the wet and all that stuff, but the other side is when we're not getting rain and there are fire issues that can come up. So they're concerned about that. And I sent that out, so you guys got that. So we've had a lot of cooperation with the school board, and I don't know at what levels we're providing our appreciation for this, for the piece of property up there at East Lake and Keystone. Obviously, a huge benefit, and what they helped us out with in terms of patience on the West Klosterman Preserve purchase. So I want to make sure that we're elevating at levels that are important to express our appreciation for that kind of work. I think it's extremely important not to take that for granted.
That's a fair point, Commissioner. I mean, we certainly, we thanked them individually, you
Yeah.
know, but
Well,
I think
you know.
you're right. Having something maybe even coming from the chair, and to show our appreciation would, is a great
don't think-
idea.
Yeah, I don't think going to their meeting either in front of their board saying thank you would be a bad thing either, whether it's the chair or somebody from staff.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah. And I still think that that automatic sandbagger, and I've texted a couple people to see how it works in their communities, but in terms of encouraging people to get out there earlier, to have one that works, that they can get out there and do that ahead of time, I just think would make all the difference in the world. But, you know, maybe I'll get all the same feedback that you have, is that they're worthless and we shouldn't use them. But I've seen them in action and they do a good job for a lot of people. Because a lot of people can't do it, so.
All right, anything else?
All right,
All right,
next
thanks,
up
Kelly. Appreciate it.
is Kevin.
Good afternoon, Kevin McAndrew, Director, BDRS. I've had the opportunity to provide data to you on a regular basis over the past 7 months on substantial damage and permitting, and rather than focus on the numbers, I wanted to, at a very high level, touch upon 4 topics: policy, process, education, and partnerships. And each of these subject areas has been critically important in working through this storm recovery, and will be that much more important with all the lessons learned moving forward, whether a storm is less or greater than what we have experienced here. And there's a very extensive menu under each of these areas, under policy, process, education, and partnerships, but I'm gonna just highlight a few. And again, this has been an experience where we literally are writing the playbook to go forward and do it better next time. Under policy, it starts with having the resources in place, third-party resources in place. We were incredibly fortunate here in that BDRS had 3 on-call contracts that we could leverage. And we had the benefit of FTEM with mission requests to provide support to us, which is likely not going to be the case next time. The state is likely going to put that burden on local municipalities rather than as was executed this time. Just by order of magnitude, through at least half of the past 8 months, we had outside resources that more than doubled our staff, just in BDRS. We had at many times had 150 personnel supporting us, substantial damage assessment process and permitting. We've maintained over the past 2 months a minimum of 50, and we're just winding down now to the final steps of this. Right now, the county has just begun to draft an RFP. It will be modeled after Public Works debris management contract that will be made available not only to our own resources here within unincorporated county, but also be made available in a cooperative fashion with any other municipality in the county that wants to take advantage of this. So there's going to be coordination in the coming weeks that sets this scope in place. Ultimately, there would be interlocal agreements that would allow other municipalities to enter into their own agreements, whether it be for substantial damage, whether it be for permitting, whether it be for inspection purposes. But we know that we have to have these resources committed and in place. Kelly alluded to Senate Bill 180 on debris management. That bill also has obligations of local municipalities to have resources in place to provide for more expedited permitting and response after storm recovery. And also addressing policies. Right from the outset, we said we need to have options in place other than waiting months for a substantial damage determination. So we put forth you don't have to wait for a substantial damage determination. You can, right out of the box, come in with a detailed permit application, and we can look at that, evaluate it as we're doing through the reassessment up front. That didn't happen to the degree we wanted it to, because by the time we got traction on that, the reassessment was already in place, and the majority of the ST determinations were out. But we know that next time, a good lesson learned is that we can make that option available right from day one, which is going to be a huge benefit. We know that multi-story condominiums didn't have to sit and wait for a substantial damage determination. The value of those buildings is such that when the ground levels are impacted, it's never going to reach anywhere near the 49% value of that entire building. So we could immediately kick in substantial improvement permitting for condominiums, again, where they were held back months in this process. We also put a policy in place for residential homes below 12 inches, no water inundation above power outlets, come in for substantial improvement permitting. Again, it was a month or two before we could get this calibrated. All of these will be in place next time to implement. And we know the importance from a policy perspective of interior inspections. We have to have that as part of the process, whether we do that through virtual appointments, but we're going to have that be part of it. When I talk about process, I'm just going to touch upon two areas. One is technology. We can't be hamstrung with the FEMA estimator tool next time we have to go through recovery. We've already begun discussions with a national vendor that will have a much more automated program, where you heard me during this recovery speak to 50 manual entries in the field coming out of this, and it just was fraught with tremendous quality control that we had to put in place to optimize this tool. We're confident that we will be able to have an alternative. It may be a version of it. It will have to be approved by FEMA, but we're confident that we'll have a version in place that will be significantly more efficient than what we had to deal with this antiquated technology. So that was high on the list. The other, from a process standpoint, we learned the value of in-person support, whether it was for permitting. We've issued over 1,000 on-the-spot, in-person building permits through this course. We've also handled the majority of our reassessment applications in person, whether it be for mobile homes or structures. And we'll have that permit hub next time right in place. Again, it was probably 2 months in before we were able to put that in place. So all of these are going to make a huge difference in the time frame of recovery next time around. On the educational side, there's 3 items I want to just hit at this point. One is educating the public on the importance of pre-storm photos. It sounds so simple, but I can't tell you the hundreds and hundreds of homeowners that were not able to produce any photographic evidence of their home before a storm. And this is a critical piece of information in determining the scope of work to repair. So that's going to be part of an educational campaign. Another one is to limit demolition. This one would fall under a very unfortunate term, which is called self-inflicted substantial damage determination. And so many unsuspecting homeowners would have damage to 2 feet where they needed to cut drywall at 3 feet, but said, heck, I'm going to do 3 feet. I might as well take it right up to the ceiling, and I'll do something else. Well, that total demolition, the scope of work to repair that must be included as part of the formula for total cost to repair. And in many cases, homeowners unsuspectingly went beyond the limited demolition and caused this kind of issue. So there's really a strong educational piece here that we have to be more aggressive and robust about in doing this. Another one, educating the public on FEMA individual assistance funds. This was most pronounced in the mobile home communities, but also within single-family homes where FEMA came out, gave anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 in funds. Homeowners assumed that that money was to repair their home without permits ahead of a substantial damage determination. Again, there just wasn't the coordination that needs to be in place to educate our constituents that if there's any money to be spent on repairs, it can only be ahead of a substantial damage determination for habitability, just to be able to live in that house in a safe environment. That money cannot be spent on repairs until the SD determination's made, where it's not substantially damaged, and then it goes through traditional permitting. So this was another important lesson learned, and communications has been a huge partner. Early communication throughout the year. I know our flood team in Public Works does great outreach throughout the year, but we're going to need to be even more robust with a lot of these items that I just flagged. And again, not having been through anything like this magnitude, communications put together videos that were extremely helpful, but we have those now, and we can be equipped to have these right out of the box next time, where rather than it be 4 weeks or 6 weeks after a storm, they're in place ahead of a storm. And just to kind of wrap up on partnerships, we talked about the importance of debris management coordination. It's no different with substantial damage assessment and permitting. We did have regular biweekly meetings with all the municipalities, sharing our process updates. We had weekly meetings with our interlocal communities every Friday. Incredibly valuable to share what the county was doing and to have reciprocal information to help us move forward. Within the county itself, I mentioned communications. The property appraiser's office was incredibly helpful all along the way with the aspects of the actual cash value appraisals, the clerk's office setting up the appeal process, housing and community development, Public Works. This is very much a partnership to effectively move this forward. And then, of course, an open channel with FDEM and FEMA. Our floodplain administrator, as I mentioned at my last update, was able to effectively work through a really important policy update on mobile homes. So maintaining those has been really important. I mean, the common thread from my perspective that works through all of these items I just touched upon is adaptability. This is a good starting point, but all the way through we've needed to be adaptive, and we'll need to be so going forward.
Questions? Thanks, Kevin. I got a couple questions. So will it be possible to, you mentioned that you're working on an RFP for a national company that give a different model, substantial damage model that has to be approved by FEMA. Can we get that approved in advance so we're just ready to go as soon as, hopefully nothing happens again, but you know.
It would be something that could be approved in advance. That would absolutely be the goal. And there's been some great work done internally by BTS. I mean, we were incredibly fortunate that the flood team and BTS put in place the damage assessment GIS map. That's what allowed the lookup map. So what we're conceptually right now looking at is taking a lot of that infrastructure that we've put in place and have it merged with other technology that's out there to greater automate the inspection process.
So would we need, do you think, going forward, if something like this happened again, would we even, with all this new technology, would we even need a tidal basin type company?
So we'll need resources. We'll absolutely need resources. The degree of those resources should be significantly reduced, particularly on that role. But there still will be there still would be a large role in data management and overall management, but it would be, if things go forward as envisioned, that would be significantly reduced.
Are we working, and maybe this is a question for Barry, I don't know, are we working on an RFP for that side of it as well?
We are. So they're winding down their work. I just approved some additional resources for Kevin before this meeting, kind of winding down this, but looking forward, they're preparing an RFP that would not just be for us, but municipalities could also piggyback and contract with companies that would provide that service. Again, tidal basin is a resource that the state provided. You still have to manage them under your own local floodplain ordinance. This would be particularly other companies. I'm also going to go to the Big C and really talk about the permitting system. One of the ways that we were able to scale is because of that online system. I can have a call center in Texas, and they're part of that online system. They can say, here's what's been submitted, here's what hasn't been submitted, here's where you're at in the process. Without having that online system, you have no ability to scale like that. Right. And so there's other elements to it, but we are bidding out that piece of it right now.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Two other items, Commissioners, under Commissioner's report. One, a couple months ago, as we started the CDBG DR process, I said one of the things that's going to come at you is people are going to start lobbying, But we also put a title on our CDBG DR, and that is that it's going to be people first. Well, again, that hasn't, stopped people from saying, I need X and Y and Z, and we completely agree with that. It will come in time. All these programs will have a process. It'll be competitive where you apply, you put your request in, and then they'll be evaluated. That evaluation will then be brought back to this commission. The reason I say that is you're going to get more of these. I've received a lot of calls. They want to meet, they want to talk, and we simply don't have time to meet with everybody, especially like a lot of large hospital systems and others that need resources. Yeah. That's fine, but what they're not seeing is that we have people that lost everything in their home. And we're going to get all the applications in to see what the need is, and their request will be considered. But in totality with everything of the request and the need that's then presented. That'll be brought back to this commission. Yep. So I only tell you that because I know you're going to get requests. I'm getting requests a lot, and right now. And I'm not, it's not that I'm being numb to it, I simply don't have enough time to meet with everybody that wants to meet because I know what the request is. If you have a request, there'll be an application process, put your application in. And then we'll be able to evaluate those and bring those to you for consideration at a later time. And then the last thing is in compliance with Senate Bill 700, which eliminates additives to waters. Commissioner Peters, Commissioner Scheer asked about that. We have not ordered any more, and that's the fluoride issue. Our supply would be depleted way ahead of that time. We only have a few weeks left, and we're just, phasing that out. It'll be done well ahead in compliance with Senate Bill 700. So that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you, Barry. All right, so now we're on to item number 47, appointments to the County Council for Persons with Disabilities. We've got 4 reappointments and then 1 new one. So we have a motion by Commissioner Latvala and a second by Commissioner Eggers. Okay. Any discussion? You can open up the voting. Actually, my screen is frozen. I think all of our screen is frozen. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, so now we'll go on to County Commission new business. Commissioner Scheer, why don't we start with you, sir? Mike?
Sorry. I had a few things I wanted to talk to you all about. On April 23rd, I hosted an ad hoc committee with State Attorney Bruce Bartlett and the Sheriff's Department, Whit Blanton and Tom Washburn, actually, to review unsafe traffic conditions out in front of the Judicial Center. We had a very productive meeting. Tom Washburn actually made changes to the lighting signalization out there at the peak hours. It seems to have a good effect, and everybody out there is pleased that they can get home now safely. So I wanted to let you know about that. I toured the Lealman Exchange with Amy Davis and reviewed the CRA programs, and I got to see the AM Skills and the Center for Deafness and the YMCA, and that was very great. And it was nice to know that we have a county office out there that can host, that Amy can meet with people from Lealman to talk about, constituent problems in that area. I toured the East Lake Community Library with Lois, and I also went to the East Lake Sports Complex and got to meet with the director, Mark Sanders, and that guy does a lot. One guy, that man is busy, and the place was immaculate, so I thought that was great. And of course, a lot of us attended the Tri-County meeting, and I enjoy doing that and getting to meet some of our fellow commissioners from other counties. I met with the city of South Pasadena Vice Mayor Tom Reed on May 7th. I toured his city, reviewed the progress, and got to visit see their new fire station, and that came in handy when the Publix caught on fire. On May 8th, I attended the investiture of Circuit Court Judge Nicole Perlman. That was neat. I've never done that before. And on the 13th and the 16th, I spent about 4 hours with Chris Rose reviewing our budget process. Thank you, Chris, for the time. He gave me a lot of his time, and he's brought me up to speed on municipal budgeting, which I needed. Also, I attended my first Value Adjustment Board meeting with Commissioner Eggers, and I'm pleased that I actually became the vice chair. I was really excited about that. And finally, last week or Monday, I lose track of the days, I attended the CGIS meeting and provided them with an update as well on the improvements to 140th Avenue North at 49th Street. So that was the list of my meetings, and that's my update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended the Besties Award for Visit St. Pete Clearwater, and Clearwater businesses won a bunch of them. Best hotel, best restaurants, best grouper sandwich. Clearwater won the best beach. Again, we've won that one a bunch. But it was a good night. Brian Lowak has done a great job. Our chairman presented an award. Barry presented an award. He even got up the stairs so that was good.
Well, we were ready to help in case you
Yeah,
couldn't.
oh yeah. We were on standby because I was not going to allow our fearless leader to fall down the stairs. But he did a good job, and it was a fun night for our tourism folks. I attended the Clearwater Police Department Fallen Officer Memorial in Clearwater, honoring Officer Harry Conyers Jr., Officer Peter Price, John Passer, and Ronald J. Mahoney, who have all fallen decades ago in the 60s and 70s. But they will never be forgotten in the city of Clearwater. The Beth Dillinger Foundation lunch was also a couple weeks ago. YAC had their end of the year party, and they did a great job during their presentation today. I'm proud of all the students and looking forward to having a big class next year. Hopefully the next chair will give me this assignment, or else I'll have to do what they just did in Hillsborough County in the city of Tampa. And also, speaking of fallen officers, the sheriff's office had their fallen officer memorial, and our chair did a tremendous job in his speech. That was really well done, and I enjoyed the story that you did in about the officer, our first officer in 1905 in St. Petersburg, and hopefully you'll tell that story again today. I don't want to steal your thunder, but that was a good one. And St. Pete has changed a lot since then. They have more than 5 officers like they had back in 1905. But you know, it's hard to believe that we've had officers that have died in Pinellas County going back that many years. I serve on JWB, as y'all know, and last week we appointed Mike McCurrack as our interim CEO. So congrats to him. And speaking of JWB, one thing that I did learn, and Commissioner Flowers will probably know this, and I didn't want to talk about it earlier, but one of the reasons why our schools are closing is not because of charter schools, it's not because of private schools, it's because we have lower number of schools, or lower number of kids in Pinellas County, period. We just don't have kids here. So people need to do their job and have more kids. So, but anywho, back to my report. Back. I may have set myself up for that one. Yeah, that was not good. Back to JW. One thing that I talked about the other day was the Alice report, and that has been released, but Pinellas County is one of the most expensive places in Florida to live, period. And a family of 4, now you need to make close to $100,000 if you are a family of 4 in Pinellas County, which is very sobering. And one of the things that I would like us to do after the budget's taken care of, and maybe in the fall, is have the United Way come do a presentation on the Alice report, just so we can see what some of our residents are facing, because it's no longer people in poverty, it's people that are, you know, our county staff, our first responders, people in the tourism industry, people that we need to be here and that we need to have working here in our county to make the county function. And so I'm not sure how we, you know, how we sustain being the most, you know, how it's more expensive to live here than it is like Palm Beach County, for instance. That's sobering. So having them explain that to us may help with future decisions that we have. But thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
So I was evidently following Commissioner Latvala around because I was also at the Besties Award and the Value Me Luncheon. And it was wonderful that they did take a moment to honor Mr. Dillinger for a little bit in that ceremony. It was really wonderful. Also was at the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office Fallen Officer Ceremony. I spoke at the Leadership St. Pete group on emergency management. And I'm always thrilled to brag about Kathy Perkins because she's so wonderful. I was also at the NAMI event Saturday. They do a walkathon every year. And they have grown from like 25 just a few years ago to well over 400 people this year. So NAMI is really growing great lately. They've got good leadership and they have a good board and they are doing wonderful, and really proud of them and what they're doing, because they are a critical component to mental illness in any community. So I'm really proud of the work that they're doing. Also, we were at Tampa Bay Water. Commissioner Eggers and I made a decision on their budget and some of the future plans they have going on for our water. And then today I was with the Exchange Club. They every year do an Officer of the Year dedication and award, and this year it went to Detective Corey Pope, who, among many other things, he arrested 108 car thieves. So, and that was wonderful. I already mentioned the opiate plan for the opiate task force is finalized, and we're waiting on an RFP for that. If you want more information, I'm happy to share it, but I think once we have the RFPs, that's when it's worth sharing, once we have a plan on where we're going forward on that. And there is good news in that our opiate deaths seem to be declining even more. Last year, we saw a big reduction in deaths, and this year, even more. The trend is going to be less than last year. And then just for a little fun fact, this Friday, May 23rd, marks the 114th anniversary of the Governor Albert Gilchrist signing into law the Pinellas Independence Bill, allowing voters the choice of succeeding from Hillsborough County. At that time, Pinellas County was known as West Hillsborough. 6 months after the bill was signed, this proposal was overwhelmingly ratified by the peninsula's voters, and on January 1st, 1912, the area officially became Pinellas County. So there you go. Fun fact.
There you go. Thank you. Is that it? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Peters. Commissioner Nowicki.
Thank you, Chairman. Attended the my ELC meeting where we updated our strategic plan for the year. I was also at the Besties Award, and shout out to Brian and his whole team. And I really think a special shout out to Russ Gimbel, and a Lifetime Achievement Award for all the work that he's done for tourism here in Pinellas County. That was great to see Russ get that recognition. I was able to tour the airport and got up into the control tower. So so they don't want me to say that you can do that, but you just got to ask the right questions, and you can get up into the control tower. So that was pretty exciting. Blaine won't be happy with me about that. I attended a fundraiser for Dive Care, which is a veterans charity teaching disabled vets and Gold Star kids how to scuba dive for free. So that was a great event and a great turnout. I attended the St. Pete Italian Fest in Vinoy Park this past weekend. Had a great coal-fire pizza and some cannolis, so that was exciting. It was a good event. I recommend it. If you're Italian, even if you're not Italian, they welcomed you. So it was a good time. I'll be attending the Big C meeting next week on the 28th. I was also at the Exchange Club, and shout out, Commissioner Peters did a great job speaking, and Detective Corey Pope definitely deserved the award. Attended the CNCN forum last night, and I think our chair and vice chair did a great job hammering all the questions. I think it did warrant a possible maybe like a workshop into kind of seeing, are there ordinances that we can look at for golf courses to maybe require a certain level of maintenance? I know we do ordinances for animal stores, for Airbnbs, so maybe we could look at if legal, to see if there's a certain level of maintenance that golf courses are required to do. That may be helpful for the residents. But with that, I yield back and thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers.
Why, thank you, sir. So I provided each one of you with a copy of the 2024 annual report from the Area Agency on Aging. We had our audit, as I shared with you all before, that the Department of Elder Affairs was coming down to audit us. It was a clean audit, and nothing was found, which is the 4th year in a row that has occurred. So that's a tremendous feat, because there are a number of programs that they have to come and audit. Also, the sad news to Area Agency on Aging, based on the way that certain departments have either been closed or reduced, we will lose funding to help feed seniors, as well as funding to help provide home care services to seniors who are homebound. So we are trying to figure that out to see how we can continue to try to provide services to our seniors, or to find another organization that would be able to assist them. But we are hoping for a Hail Mary at the 9th hour. I also attended the CNCN meeting, and it was very nice, because I actually got a chance to see some people from North County that I hadn't seen in a while. So that was really nice. The room was packed. Barry, I am the cause, so I will accept my punishment. When I walked into the room, it was packed. And so I said, ooh, take a picture. Perfect opportunity for you to request support for improving and expanding this building. So I did it. I'm sorry. Look at how you're looking at me. Hey, I'm admitting my shame. I attended the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Scholarship Breakfast last Saturday. The place was absolutely packed. It was phenomenal. They gave away scholarships to a number of youth who will be attending college soon. Now, of course, I attended the Area Agency on Aging Pinellas and Pasco Board meeting this Friday at the Coliseum in St. Petersburg. The Pinellas County Youth Development Foundation, which is the nonprofit arm of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, will host its closing event for the youth that we work with throughout the year. There are 41 graduating seniors in our program that'll be moving on to college, so we're excited about that. Of course, I attended our Forward Pinellas meeting that was held right here in the room. A lot of discussion and dialogue about, excuse me, improvement of roadways, improvement of transportation. And so we will have more to come on that. If you all have any policy recommendations or resolutions you would like presented at the NACO conference, please go ahead and get that in. Those have to be turned in by June 11th.
Can I
Yes,
add
ma'am.
something to that?
Yes.
So the resolution we did on beach nourishment is expiring, so we have to resubmit that resolution.
Yes.
I've already asked Ashley to look into it, but I don't believe I can attend this year, so we'll need someone to present it. So I'll confirm that. I believe I'm out of town, but I'll confirm it. Okay, I'll confirm that I'm not going to be there, so I'll let you know if by chance that changes, but I don't think I'll be there this year. So if somebody's going, and it's easy now because a lot of the commissioners across the country realize that it's going to apply to lakes and
It's a
rivers.
joint, yeah.
And so it was easy to get it passed. I think there were only 4 no's last year. So I don't
I
think.
think that will change this year.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to change that now, but thank you for the reminder, and that's something we have to do.
Yeah, certainly want to get that in. I was glad to see FAST was here today. I know sometimes the conversations with FAST have not been the most positive conversations, but it was very nice for them to come today to say thank you for supporting for the affordable housing component piece. So I want to say publicly, I really appreciate that, because sometimes when they come, it's not that way. So thank you very much, and I will make sure I also share that in the community. I will be attending the R Club's fundraising breakfast that we have. That's on the 28th at 7:30 a.m. at the Coliseum in St. Petersburg. The funds that we get from that, we use to assist families who may have that little financial gap that where they need some assistance in paying for their children to attend care. As many of you know, funds were cut. And so trying to figure out even some of the children that receive ELC or received ELC funds, some of them may not receive them due to the budget cuts and reductions. So this fundraiser for us this year is really going to be imperative. I am a member of the National Council of Negro Women. We will be celebrating our 83rd anniversary. It was founded by Fannie Air Ponder in 1942 here in St. Petersburg. Well, they're in St. Petersburg. That event is going to be May 31st at 1:30 at the St. Pete College All-State Center. So we will be paying homage to all of the NCNW presidents from 1942 until the current day. I will be attending my our club board meeting as well as a Pinellas Education Foundation board meeting. I'm the speaker for CONA, the Council of Neighborhood Associations, tomorrow. So I will be sharing the annual report that Ken provided us with today. But I'm sure it's going to be a lot of conversations about disaster recovery. Unfortunately, county doesn't handle that part of town, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions on that. There is a career service board meeting. I think that's what Commissioner Latvala attends. That's on the 29th in Tampa. So he'll be going over there representing us. I'm also the speaker for the Fred G. Menace Bar Association event this year. It's on the 29th, and it's at Stetson law school, so wish me well on that, because I'll be in a room full of lawyers. And, and the last day of school is May 29th for our students here in Pinellas County. So I just want to acknowledge the hard work. You know, sometimes all teachers and students and support staff here are the negative things about public education. But Pinellas County has been rated as an A county. A lot of the schools that were having concerns regarding their students' achievement levels have improved greatly. The creation of the ability to attend summer school to help prevent what they call the summer slide has proven itself to be well worthwhile for students who need that extra little push and that continuing support. So I just want to say thank you to all of the teachers, support staff, with all of the changes that have occurred, particularly with the reduction in funding for those children with disabilities, 504 plans. It's been a little hard for them, but thank you so much to the superintendent, Kevin, Dr. Kevin, and to his staff. Thank you so much. For the students, just because you're out of school doesn't mean that you can't do something proactive. So if you're not old enough to work, volunteer and help out someone. But more importantly, just try to remember to be safe so that you can return back to whatever school of your choice will be for the incoming year. And I will take upon a personal privilege to say that my grandson will be in a move-up ceremony. They don't graduate, so it's a move-up ceremony from 8th grade to 9th grade that's going to be held at Northeast High School. He attends Mangrove Bay, and so I'm looking forward to that. He did, however, ask me if I would please not yell his name, not cheer, and not do anything like that. So I am bringing a horn of the boat foghorn, and I'm going to blow that instead. That is my report, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Flowers.
Move, because you graduate when it's in high school, but it's called your moving up ceremony from 5th to 6th. No, because when we did it, it was graduation.
I took all the graduations.
Yeah, but yeah, it's move ups.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I really appreciate staff taking another look at the whole Sunderland boat ramp area. I know it's not easy. We're constrained by property size, and we're starting to get a lot of what I would call constructive input from residents about it, and I really appreciate the second look at it, and looking forward to see I guess, the improved version, if you will. The Forward Pinellas workshop, I unfortunately could not attend, but I was hoping that we'd have the update today. I could pass it out to everybody, but as soon as I get that on, I'll pass that to everybody. Should be in this week, so. Palm Harbor Rec Storm Symposium, they had a great turnout up there, as they always do, and Pinellas County staff was there in form. We had probably 6 to 8 people from many different departments, very interactive, very professional, very friendly, just they were really good folks to have up there, so commend staff that was there that day. I think I may have mentioned that I met with city manager from Tarpon and then hit the mayor at a couple of hours of conversation. I also attended the 35th Annual Fallen Officer with the Sheriff's Department, and I wanted to echo what Commissioner Latvala said about our chair and the keynote speech. I thought it was really good, excellent, to the point, and very thoughtful and caring. Appreciate that a lot. Veterans Day, Veterans Group had a fundraising thing event in downtown Palm Harbor this past weekend from about 11 to 10 at night. It was hot. There was 120 booths. I don't know all the returns and how well they did, but a lot of music in play, just a really good turnout, and a lot of people out there for our vets doing different things to raise money for them on a brutally hot day. So thank you for all of those folks. I think we talked a little bit about Tampa Bay Water. The long and short, we have a lot of access to water. Our desal plants running, we're running below the forecasted numbers on consumption. Our reservoir is way ahead of where it normally is, and, you know, counting on rainy season the end of June, so we're in good shape at Tampa Bay Water. The budget, as Commissioner Peters mentioned, was approved. Just a reminder that May 22nd, which is this Friday, we have a TMA meeting where we'll be discussing again the merging possibilities of our MPOs at the PSTA headquarters. I think it's 9 o'clock. You're all welcome to come and listen in, and taking that feedback that we got from some of you and others at our Tri-County meeting. In the same spirit of needing your all's support, I'm going to be on the panel for the Crew Annual Tampa Bay Economic Summit over in Tampa on June 5th. Starts about 11 o'clock, goes to about 2. So I'll be there with 4 or 5 others as panelists talking about the economy in our region. So looking forward to that. And then the last thing I would just say is it's obviously Memorial Day on Monday. Curlew Hills has an event at 9:30. Oldsmar has one at 10. Lots of VFWs, lots of our different organizations have events that day. I know City of Clearwater has something. So just if you get a chance, have fun, enjoy the weekend, recreate, but try to take a young one to one of these events. It's really moving, and it also kind of puts in perspective what everything and why we're here, how we're here, and the folks that really gave the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. So look it up. There's messages everywhere where you can go and enjoy. It's only about an hour long, and just an hour out of your day. So encourage people to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Eggers. All right. So first of all, before I forget, I want to thank Deputies Manley and Atkinson for keeping us safe this afternoon. So this morning had a meeting with the local coordinating board for the transportation disadvantage, where we approved our rate model, transportation disadvantage service plan, and service providers for next year. I attended, I don't know, it was last week or the week before, they kind of run together, but along with Commissioner Flowers, the ribbon cutting at Bayou Court in St. Petersburg. Mayor Welch was there as well, which cut the ribbon on 60 new affordable rental units, which is a great partnership between the county, the city, and Gravel Road Developers, which was their first foray into affordable housing. And they have since agreed to another one up in Largo, even larger unit up in Largo. So they were very, very, very thrilled to be there and happy to be involved in that project. Also was part of the grand opening celebration of the Turner Bungalow at Heritage Village, which is really cool. If you haven't seen that, I encourage you to go to Heritage Village and check it out. It's really neat the way they have restored that old home. It really gives you to look into what life was like back in the early 1900s and late 1800s in Pinellas County. Had a great time at the Besties, along with several of my colleagues here. Brian Loack and his team did a great job, and very nice to recognize Russ Kimball for. I mean, he is the godfather of Pinellas County tourism. I mean, that's just it. He is the greatest of all time in Pinellas County tourism. Also attended the Beth Dillinger Foundation luncheon. Last Monday, I believe it was, spoke at the Tierra Verde Community Association meeting. Good meeting there, fielded a bunch of questions, mostly surrounding reclaimed water. No surprise on that one, but also future dredging of Grand Canal and the redevelopment of the marina there, which, you know, right now it's kind of an odd situation because that marina, there's 2 parcels there, and it's in the city of St. Petersburg, but everything else around it is in unincorporated Pinellas County. So it's kind of weird how, I don't know how that happened, but that's the way it is. But anyways, they definitely have concerns about that. I had remote office hours at the Lellman Exchange last week. Also was the keynote speaker at the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office Fallen Officer Memorial, and got invited to the breakfast beforehand, which was kind of neat to be at that, sort of a fly on the wall with about, 24 cops in the room talking about what's going on in the county. So it was kind of an interesting conversation to hear what's on their mind and what they're working on. Spoke at the St. Pete Republican Club last week, and attended along with Commissioner Nowicki, Flowers, Eggers, and Shear, Council of North County Neighborhoods last night, which was the best attended. I mean, that was the third one I've done. Usually that room's about maybe a third to a half full. It was standing room only last night. But I think it was Kenny said, all right, if you're from Tarpon Woods, stand up. And the entire room stood up. So you knew what the issue of the day was. It was all about Tarpon Woods. I will be attending and speaking at the Oldsmar Memorial Day event. And then next week I'm having coffee with the new mayor of Tarpon Springs as well. And I think it's next Wednesday I'll be speaking at the graduation ceremony for the Pinellas Citizens University at Heritage Village. So if you're not doing anything next Wednesday, come down to Heritage Village, and you can also see the new Turner Bungalow. And I'll tell the story real quick that Commissioner Latvala referenced. So in preparing my remarks for the Fallen Officers Memorial, I went down there one afternoon at the memorial and just to get some inspiration and took a picture of the plaques, and I wanted to get to know the names of the fallen, not just as, I wanted to get to know them as people, not just names on a plaque there. So I did some research and just started doing internet searches for what I could find about these officers, and found that the majority of police agencies will have a page on their website dedicated to fallen officers where you can learn a lot about them. Couldn't get everything there. You still had to do some digging with some old newspaper articles and things to try to find out everything you wanted to know. And even there were still some pieces you really couldn't quite put together. But the very first officer that was killed was Officer James Mitchell, who was the first police chief in St. Petersburg. And he was killed on Christmas Day, 1905. So St. Petersburg was incorporated in 1903. So he was one of 4 other officers, so a total of 5 officers, and he was the first police chief in a town of 1,600 people. Okay, so imagine St. Petersburg only 1,600 people. So Christmas Day, Chief Mitchell arrested a man for disorderly conduct behind a saloon on Central Avenue between 2nd and 3rd Streets. It was probably Mastery's. While escorting his prisoner to jail, Officer Mitchell was attacked with a butcher knife by another man from behind. Stabs him in the heart. So he releases his hold on the prisoner, and as he's to defend himself, has a wherewithal to pull his gun out, and he shoots the guy dead. Or his prisoner that was escaping dead. But he's mortally wounded, falls to the ground. Another officer witnessed this, sees the guy running away that stabbed Mitchell, shoots him, and kills him. So he takes him to jail, okay, just throws him in the cell. Well, as you can imagine, a town of 1,600 people, word's going to travel pretty darn quick. So, an angry crowd of armed citizens surrounds the jail. The citizens were carrying various weapons such as axes and demanded that Thomas be released to them so they could lynch him. The officers trying to calm the situation realized that they were outnumbered, got overrun. So the citizens took ladders, climbed to the top window of the jail, and started shooting the guy. So justice was served a little differently in St. Petersburg in 1905 than I don't think it's served that way today. I could be wrong, but that's the way it was done then. So, a little interesting history about St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, right? So.
They lost 20% of their police force.
Right.
One day.
Yeah.
They were only down to 4 of them.
Right. Yep. So, anyhow, it was a very interesting, sad, but also interesting kind of delve into history to research these fallen officers, to understand them for the people that they were, and they left behind, I think there were Of those 27 officers, there were 33 of their parents that outlived their kids. There were 20 spouses that lost their life partner. And who knows how many brothers and sisters and uncles and whatever. And there were 50 kids, 50 children of these 27 fallen that grew up without a mother or father. You know, that weren't there to attend their graduation or walk them down the aisle or be there when their grandkids were born. So, and that's who we lost. That's who we lost. That's a lot of hurt when you think about it. It's a lot of hurt. So, anyways, it's you know, it really brings it home. And we need to remember them not just every day, not just on that day. And just like we say with Memorial Day, it's, you know, we need to honor our veterans every day, and particularly the ones that gave the ultimate sacrifice. So, amen. So that concludes my report, and we are adjourned until 6 p.m. evening, everybody. We will, yeah, right. We will pick up with our public hearing here at 6 p.m. So we are now on to item number 49.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 49 is case number FLU 2501. This is a request by Millomania Properties Incorporated for a future land use map amendment from residential urban to residential medium on approximately .21 acres located at the northwest corner of 48th Street North and 45th Avenue North in Lellman. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, thank you. I do have two members of the public that wish to speak on this item, so we can go to that now. First one is Tony Clark. Mr. Clark, are you here, sir? All right, come on up. Up the podium there where the microphone is.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
The clock there,
My name is Tony Clark, and I live at 4580 40th Street North, 2 doors down from this property. And I just wanted to say that I'm against the land use change. I would like it to stay the same with a maximum of 2 units on that size property. My concern is the number of people living on that small of a piece of property and parking and all the other problems that come along with it. It is an old property, old building, old structure on the property, and I don't believe that it's structurally sound to carry the weight of that many units, living units. That's about all I need to say.
Okay. All
What's
right.
that?
Well, yeah, I mean, you got 2 more minutes if you want to continue talking, but if you're good, up to you.
That's fine. This is one of the things that my Uncle Ray and I have always been in favor of supporting the neighborhood, supporting the community, about blocking these growth. And this Lellman community has been an area that's been hemorrhaging for a long time and needs help now, working down the wrong path. Okay?
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is David Lee. Good evening.
Hey, Mr. Chair, David Lee, I live in this neighborhood, 4425. I'm here to support the staff recommendation, which is that you deny this request. The thing is, like, residential medium, that is really big apartment complex level intensity. And in this case, they want to apply it to a really tiny 0.2 acre parcel. And the thing is, usually when you do big apartment complex, you're getting 30-foot buffers, you're getting stormwater, you're getting amenities, you're getting screening, all those things which ensure compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. We're not getting any of that in this case. Second, I think it's important that you consider the difference between a non-conforming structure and an illegal structure. And, that garage on this property was non-conforming at some point in the past, but when they connected the house to the garage, and then they created a living space in between, a living space which this applicant is now renovating as of a couple hours ago. That's illegal. That's not non-conforming. When they put apartments upstairs in that garage, which caused a big issue, a lot of county resources to be expended, they have a rap sheet over at code enforcement. That's illegal. That's not non-conforming. And all that stuff adds up, along with the fact that the property was abandoned for more than a year. That adds up to a loss of any non-conforming status that was there. Third, I think, is most important, and that is what this is really about is money. And the applicant is on record saying that she needs three bedrooms on a 0.2 acre parcel because that's the only way she can make money. And so if you as a body are going to start handing out entitlements to out-of-town real estate investors who do not do their due diligence before buying the property, if you're going to start handing out those entitlements, those are big sacks of money you're handing out. Everyone's going to want them. You're going to have to start handing them out to everybody, myself included. I'm going to want it too. I mean, So I would just consider that, and staff got this right. They know the neighborhood, they know the street, and they're recommending that you deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, do we want a staff presentation on this, or what is the feeling of the board? Okay, we have a motion to accept staff's recommendation of denial by Commissioner Flowers and a second by Commissioner Peters. Is there anything else the board would like to discuss about this?
I tend to agree. I'm a little bit concerned that in the middle of all of this residential urban, there's one little small property that's being created. So I worry about, that precedent creating other kind of rippling effects through the community. So in any event, that's just my thought. It's an awfully small piece of property, but it also could have the tendency to do others and make it a different kind of neighborhood. So anyway, that's all I have.
Does the applicant need to speak on this?
Yes, I would recommend that you do allow the applicant to speak, and I apologize, I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that the applicant's representative is here.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that will be coming up.
I think it's 10.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, 20.
Good evening. My name is Brian Dion. On behalf of the applicant, my address is 360 Central Avenue, Suite 500, St. Petersburg, Florida. I am here on behalf of the applicant who is requesting a future land use amendment from RU to RM. The property is located at 4500 40th Street North, St. Petersburg, Florida, which is unincorporated. The existing zoning district is R4. It is compliant with both the RU and the RM future land use category. The lot size is 0.21 acres. As mentioned, we were requesting that the property is currently zoned and able to be used as it is as a duplex. We're requesting for it to be used as a triplex. There are no other changes that need to occur here, including zoning or variances or any other establishments for the code to be compliant. There currently exists a single-family home, which is approximately 1,350 square feet, and a garage that has 2 floors, which is approximately 1,300 square feet. Currently, the way that the property had been developed in the past was that the single-family home would be used by one family, and then the second floor of the garage would be used by a separate family. And then we are requesting for the first floor of the garage to be converted to a third single-family home. Therefore, we're not adding more structures to the property itself. We're just converting what currently exists there. This is the property. My client had dubbed it the Purple Monster. I think you can see why. The single-family home can be shown here, which extends to the garage. And the garage at one time was used as an auto body type shop. But now that it's in the middle of a residential neighborhood, we're trying to use the existing neighborhood pattern to get rid of those garage doors and add a second unit to that. That is a concept plan. That is a concept plan here on the bottom right, which is the hope for the property if it is able to be used as a triplex. This is the location of the property. You can see that it is zoned as residential. It's shown as a residential urban land use, and we're asking for it to be residential medium. These properties over here, which I will talk about later on, are also residential medium. So the county has in the past approved residential medium in the immediate area, a neighborhood next door. The current future land use category, the dwelling unit size is 7.5 dwelling units per acre. and shall not exceed 3 bedrooms per permitted dwelling unit. This is supposed to be the requested change. It still says 7.5, but the amount of dwelling units are supposed to be 15 there. So it is doubling the amount of dwelling units per acre, which would allow one more single-family home to be added to the property. R4, as mentioned, the R4 zoning district is still compliant with the RM future land use category, so the property would be compliant with the R4 zoning district. These properties here, shown to the west of the applicant's property, are currently being used for Habitat for Humanity development, where they requested an increase in the density. And the property here, which is southwest of the property, is a duplex, which was also requested to have an increase in its zoning or future land use category. For this property, our client is requesting the RM future land use category without having to build more on it. So there's going to be no tear down, there's going to be no demolition. It's going to be utilizing what's already existing there. Again, we're going to repurpose the first floor of the garage, with the second floor of the garage already being used as a dwelling unit. Our client, of course, in the development of the property, and this is not a meeting to talk about the development of the property itself, but it would, of course, be compliant with all code and county requirements. And the garage doors would be removed, and this is just a concept of what it could look like if the property was redeveloped. Currently in the area, there are multiple duplexes, triplexes, 11plexes that several are not currently compliant. The ones that are highlighted in red are not compliant as far as our review of the square footage versus the amount of units that are there. Our client's property is squared off in green, and those surrounding properties would also have to go through any sort of change in future land use change if they were to do anything permitting of the property, fixing the property, or anything that would be required to fix their properties. That would be 7 homes in the immediate area that do not qualify. You can see the dwelling units per acre listed there on each property surrounding the applicant's property. There were concerns about parking. There are 5 parking spaces that would be added to the property, which would make it compliant. It's 1.5 per dwelling unit, and there would be 5 that would be all compliant and all have the right size in and out, which would be 20 feet. There's no challenges to the setbacks of the property, including the front, sides, and rear of the property. Property is not located in a coastal high hazard. It exists in flood zone X, so there's no issue as far as zoning in the flood zone area. The property meets ISR. It is needs to be 25%. It's at 25.07%. The concrete pours also must be 3 foot from neighboring property lines, which, going back to the concept plan of the property, that is met. There are 3 future land use policies that were listed by staff that were reasons for the denial. The first one is future land use policy 1.1.1, which says future land use categories established by Pinellas County will be consistent with a county-wide plan map. Looking at the future land use policies, there are several policies that this property fits into. 1.1.1 is a very generalized policy where additional objectives get more into the minutia of what the county wants to see. This property would maintain a land development code that responds to the unique challenges of infill in redevelopment within unincorporated Pinellas County. As we all know, there is a housing crisis in the county, in the city. And Leland is just outside of the city, but this would help alleviate that by adding an extra property and an extra single-family home. This is not, as an objector stated, going to be a apartment building that is above height requirements. This is just reutilizing a property that currently exists. Future Land Use Policy 1.2.2, consider creative regulatory solutions to support redevelopment. Again, this is a redevelopment of something that already exists that is not currently being used to its full potential. The potential of this property is for 2,500 square feet to be used in a way that would accommodate the growing community around it. It is close to 49th Street. I think it's 4 blocks from 49th, which is a arterial road that helps support jobs in the area. Future Land Use Objective 2.2, which is an encouragement of new population and employment growth. We can't have employment growth if we don't have people. And a way to bring people in is to utilize what is already there to its fullest potential. We're not adding to what's already there. We're not adding new footprints to what's there. We're just redeveloping what's there, which is a 2-story garage with the entire bottom floor that cannot be used unless my client somehow wants to buy 4 or 5 cars to park there. Future Land Use Objective 3.1, increase development and design flexibility to encourage a greater diversity of housing types in unincorporated Pinellas. Again, this is a triplex, which is allowed by code in the county, and that the future land use right now would not allow because it is a lower density than required than what we're requesting in the area, which has other developments that have utilized that same category. Second, staff mentioned future land use policy 1.1.2, which is future land use categories will be established to prescribe the purpose, intent, standards pertaining to the density and intensity of the development, use characteristics, and locational characteristics. Housing objective 1.1 says ensures that ample, affordable, safe, and sound housing is available to accommodate current and projected housing needs and market demand. Again, we all know that this city and this county is continuing to grow. And to accommodate those housing demands, we need to find ways that allow people to move into the county without just moving into an apartment building that is going up around the corner. This is utilizing a area, Leland, which is currently underused and has multiple duplexes, multiple triplexes that can be used in the area that would accommodate this growth. The redevelopment of housing, which is housing strategy 1.1.1.2, redevelopment of housing should promote sustainable development such as efficient use of land. Efficient use of land would be using what's already there, something that has had no use in the past many years. I don't have a number of how long this property has been used to its full potential, but efficient use of land would be to use this property and allow its footprint to support its community. Housing strategy 1.3.1.2, utilize the land development code to support a mix of affordable housing development opportunities such as evaluate the opportunity to allow for duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in single-family zoning districts, where the design of which is keeping with the intended character. The design's already there. The character's already there. All we need to do is allow for an extra house to be used in a development that is already existing. 1.1.2 lists 4 standards. The first one is purpose and intent. A triplex is still moderate. Again, it's not a apartment building trying to squeeze as many houses in there as we can. It's one more house that helps fill the gap in the needs that support this community. My client is planning to live at the property herself. She is a Pinellas resident. She's not a developer trying to come in and make a quick buck, but for her to be able to pay for the house that she does have, it is extraordinarily helpful for it to have more opportunities to have other people live there. So yes, she does get a benefit herself from it, and she does have an opportunity to make more money from it, but this is not just a quick money grab. 2, standards pertaining to the density and intensity of development. While density is increasing, the building footprint is the same. Again, and I am trying to drive this point home, we are not tearing down and building a new monstrosity here. The monstrosity already exists. It's called the Purple Monster. The use characteristics, number 3, use characteristics. Primary use is residential. It's in an area that is supported by residential, and again, it's 4 blocks from 49th Avenue, which is a main artery for business in the area. So it gives opportunities to have single-family homes be more accessible to help support the community that is growing, and we're trying to bring more jobs to the area, which is a fantastic way to do that. Finally, locational characteristics. The location, as I mentioned, is close to 49th Street North. Finally, staff mentions policy, future land use policy 1.1.3 as one of the reasons for its recommendation of denial, which is maintain a future land use map that reflects the land use and growth strategy for unincorporated Pinellas County. Right now, we have missing middle housing. Missing middle housing is single-family homes. It is moderately sized single-family homes, which is what this would provide. As I mentioned, the garage is about 1,300 square feet, which would give us a 1,300 square foot footprint, which would be a very comfortable 3-3, 3-2 type of house that would be supported in this community. Advantage Pinellas mentions the local governments and the Advantage Pinellas Housing Compact have developed the Housing Action Plan to create more housing choices attainable by people at all income levels. This fits into that perfectly. This is a map. This is from the U.S. Census Bureau. It shows the amount of people that currently live in Pinellas County, live and work in Pinellas County, live in Pinellas County and don't work in Pinellas County, and then live outside of Pinellas County and work here. The numbers are greatly skewed towards a lot of people working in Pinellas County. And the more homes that we can support inside of the county itself would make that a lot more attainable for the people who work here. Just quickly to reiterate future land use policy 1.1.1, the housing strategy 1.1.1.1, the future land use map designates areas for varying densities and type of housing as implemented throughout the land development code. And it uses education and employment as how it comes up with those criteria. Further, 1.1.1.2, redevelopment of housing should promote sustainable development such as efficient uses of land. Again, an efficient use of this land would be to allow what already exists to be utilized to its full potential. This is the property based on the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office, which, as you can see, is right in the middle of a residential area. This is the house itself. That is the garage. From the back, the front of it faces, I believe it's north, but don't quote me on that. And then that's the house to the left side of the photo. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Have any questions? No? Okay.
So
Commissioner Peters?
based on, I think it's the last picture in your thing, there's 3 doors on the upstairs of that building. So it already looks like you've got 3 residents living in there now already with 3 individual doors.
Yeah, so that was an issue that my client faced when she purchased the property. Again, her intent is to make it a triplex so that that top floor would be 1, 3, 3.
So with those 3 units there and the house there, it already wasn't in compliance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I have a hard time believing the county ever gave a permit to put a walkway over the roof of a house. And my problem with this is you said it, I didn't, you said it, it's a monstrosity, it is. I'm not comfortable with the walkway going over the roof. It looks like you've already been out of compliance already. And so, to me, it just doesn't appear that we've followed the rules or the codes all the way along, in my opinion, looking at this. And so, I'm not a fan of this. I'm just not a fan of this. And I think when we look for more housing, you know, it even says in our thing that you so pointed out, where the design in which is in keeping with the intended character of the neighborhood. And I think what's there right now is not the intended of the character of the neighborhood. And so, although your pictures look like it would make it prettier, the fact that I think you're not in compliance already tells me that, no. So I'm sorry, I don't see a workaround where I could support this on any level, because I don't feel you're in compliance now. I don't know how confident I'll be that you'll be in compliance later. And so, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a hard no on that one.
May I address the commissioner's comment? Thank you. This is not a request for a concept plan. This is not, I'm not requesting for this to, I'm not showing you a layout of the property and saying that this is what we're going to jump right into and pave over the 4 garage doors there and then say it's ready to be moved in. This is a work in progress that my client understands is a work in progress, and she also understands that there is going to be a lot of code compliance to make this work. This request is only for the ability to utilize the property in that manner. We still would have to come forward to the commission and to the county to make sure that our design and our development of that space for what we're saying it's going to be, which is a triplex, is compliant with what the county code is. And right now, we understand that the request is not to jump into this design, what's here, but to use this framework, this footprint, and make sure that it is compliant. And when we move forward to the design phase and the utilization of what's already there phase, then we would make it compliant. Those doors, as the commissioner stated, can any number of workaround. Shut 2 of them down, you know, cover them up, make one of them a window. There's a lot of ways that we can address any concerns that would exist with the concept itself when we get to that phase. We're just not at that phase yet.
Anything else?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I made the motion, and I'm just going to stipulate for the record why I made the motion. Because it's according to what the local planning agency recommended in their desire for approval is simply noted to revitalize the subject property. The subject property can be revitalized without changing the zoning on this. So that's land use on this. Thank you for correcting me. So that's the first thing that I have. The second thing is that to say a portion of the presentation was that it would be in keeping with the community's vision, if you will, for Lelman. The Lelman CRA has been very, we've talked about that a lot, and they've been very clear, and they worked very hard on trying to design and outline Lelman in a way that they want to see that community grow. And we're not talking about like 1.5 units, we're talking about doubling. Since I've been here, and I could be wrong, I've never known us to actually double the usage of a property when something like this come before us. Usually it's a couple of units, and we even sometimes fight with them on that, but not to go up 50%, up 100% on the usage for the property. The reason for the denial, according to our information from both staff as well as the Development Review Board, I think is very appropriate based on what our current ordinances are. So for those reasons, that's why I'm maintaining my support of staff's recommendation, which is for denial of the request.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Nowicki?
Thank you. It's already R4 zoning, which allows up to 3 units, right?
In the zoning, correct, yes.
but you want to, so it's already zoned to allow for 3 units,
Correct.
but you want to do 3 units.
That's just for the zoning category, but with the future land use, that wouldn't support that.
So you could revitalize the property still with the current zoning, just in a different size, triplex.
That would probably take tearing down the existing buildings to do.
Okay, thank you.
And also because of the existing density in the area and the size of the property, that 7.5 would not support that density through the future land use. So we wouldn't be able to move forward without asking for that anyway, because of the future land use category. That it has to be compliant with R4, which it currently would not be if we were trying to put an extra dwelling unit there, or an extra single-family home there, because it's 7.5 now, and it's 0.21 acres. So that would only allow for, I forget what the math is, but it's something under 3 homes.
Commissioner Scheer, did you have something to say? Did you have, no, okay. All right. Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. All right, we have a motion and a second on the table, so if we could open up the voting. Right, yes would be for the motion for denial. Yep. Okay. Passes unanimously for denial. Okay, moving on to item number 50.
Agenda item number 50 is a petition by Caribbean Isles Owner LLC to vacate that 15-foot right-of-way west of and adjacent to lots 20 and 29, and the 15-foot right-of-way east adjacent to lots 21 and 28 north of Walsingham Road and south of 122nd Avenue North, Pinellas Grove subdivision, Plat Book 1, page 55, lying in the southwest quarter of Section 103015, Pinellas County, Florida, and that portion of George K. Foy Road, County Road Number 113, declared to be a public road in Board of County Commissioners Minutes Book 18, pages 163 to 164, filed on September 21st, 1943, being 66 feet in width, lying south of the south right-of-way line and its easterly extension thereof of 122nd Avenue North, as described in Official Records Book 1041, page 239 of the Public Records of Pinellas County, Florida, and north of the north right-of-way line of Walsingham Road in Section 103015, Pinellas County, Florida. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, thank you. Do we want a staff presentation on this? Okay. Okay. Okay, motion from Commissioner Flowers. Second from Commissioner Eggers. Do we need to hear on the applicant, from the applicant on this one, Joel?
I would suggest that we give him an opportunity to speak.
Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kurt Gleason, representing the applicant, Caribbean Islands Owners, LLC. I'm with the Stinson Law Firm, 100 South Ashley Drive, Suite 500, Tampa, Florida. This is a vacation to, an application to vacate 2 rights-of-way that bisect the community, north to south. The areas were platted years ago, no longer needed by the county. The applicant actually maintains the areas of the easements and now would take ownership and maintenance of those areas formally. So we respectfully request approval, and I'm here to answer any questions that you would have. I also want to compliment the staff for working with me diligently over the last couple years to get this right and get it here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second, so if we could open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 51.
Agenda item number 51 is a resolution making a finding that conditions of blight exist within the Central Tarpon Springs study area, establishing the community redevelopment area boundary, authorizing the preparation of the Central Tarpon Springs redevelopment plan, and delegating redevelopment authority to the City of Tarpon Springs. The public hearing is properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. One email of concern has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. All right, do we want staff presentation on this?
Rebecca, going? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, you need a staff presentation on this. You also have representatives from Tarpon Springs here also.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rebecca Stonefield with Housing and Community Development. I'm here to discuss the request by the City of Tarpon Springs for the creation of the new Central Tarpon Springs CRA. And before I jump into the specifics about this, the Tarpon Springs CRA specifically, I wanted to just kind of touch on what the different steps are in the process of creating a community redevelopment area and the tools that accompany that process. And I'll show through this illustration where we are today. And so the very first step is that the city will look at an area within their community that is in need of investment based on a number of criteria that are defined by state statute. And if they feel that they meet those requirements, they can look at creating a finding of necessity and have an official action taken by the city council. Excuse me. And then after that, the city acts on the findings that they do meet the intention of a CRA, which is recognizing that there's a blighted condition in their area. Then it comes to the county, the board, as a charter county, to then also recognize that finding of necessity and then ultimately approve a delegation of authority. And that's what's before you tonight. And what that delegation of authority ultimately means is you're seeing and recognizing that finding of necessity, and you're saying, yes, city, go forth and create a strategy through a redevelopment plan of how you will address those blight factors. So after the city does that, assuming they get that authority, they then will come back before you for approval of that strategy through that redevelopment plan. And the common tool that helps fund a lot of these CRAs, as defined within the state statute as well, is a trust fund through a tax increment financing tool. And just to clarify that or touch on that, it's not specifically a tax as a funding mechanism. What it specifically is, it looks at the increase in property values within that defined area on an annual basis, and based on those revenues, there's a contribution made back into that community. So that's generally the process. And these, I just wanted to provide for you the different state statute sections that speak to this process and speak to the different steps. So the state statutes also talk about the potential length of a CRA's existence. Prior to 2002, CRAs were allowed to exist up to 60 years, and anything established after 2002 technically is allowed to exist up to 40 years. However, the county, over the past several years, wanted to, recognizing that a number of our CRAs have been in existence for some time, they wanted to look at how do we potentially have maybe a limited lifespan of CRAs and commitment of contribution, and also provide opportunities to reassess it at some point. So a methodology for looking at what level of TIF contribution a county might be accountable for. There's a methodology and a process and criteria in line with different county initiatives and things that the county wanted to accomplish. And so this is not under consideration as part of today's action, but you would have the opportunity when they come back with the plan, and assuming they are requesting the creation of an accompanying trust fund, we'll have the opportunity to look at that again and approve or talk about that. So again, for today's action, it's recognizing that blight exists within the defined study area. And again, they're looking for that delegation of authority to go back into their community and create the redevelopment plan, which would come back to you at a future time. So to talk about the CRA boundaries a little bit, you can see on the left is the existing Tarpon, the downtown Tarpon CRA. You can see that that was established in 2001 and is set to expire in 2031. That is the area in the light yellow on the western boundary. And then the new CRA would have the northern boundary at the Pinellas Trail as it turns to run east-west. To the south, it would be just north of East Curlew Place. And then on the east would be US 19 as the border, and then, of course, the existing CRA is to the west. To make that also point, it's Safford Road, Pinellas Trail is a little bit west of the western boundary of the proposed CRA. So this is how the state statute defines blight, or a portion thereof. It says an area in which there was a substantial number of deteriorated or deteriorating structures in which conditions as indicated by government, maintain statistics or other studies endanger life, property, or leading to economic distress. And we'll go into a little bit of how the proposed CRA meets some of those conditions. What I'd like to do is share a little bit of, before I jump into each of these, share a little bit of information through the overhead if possible, if we could switch to that. Okay, let me see if we can get the majority of that in there. I can move through it. So ultimately what this shows, I'll just give you the highlights of what is shown here, is that what it's showing is that there's an increase of population over time, especially between 2010 and 2023, slower than what the city is overall. So the population is growing for both, but it's at a slower rate in this area. There is a lower owner-occupied rate than both the city and the county for the study area. There's also a lower household income than both the county and the city, as well as higher rates of lower income brackets. And just pointing out one example at the bottom, you can see that in I'm sorry, let me move up so you can see all of that. So the household incomes at those lower brackets, you can see as compared to the rest of the city, you have just over 30% making less than 35, have a household income of less than 35,000, whereas 52% for just the study area. So these are just some examples of the types of demographics that were looked at, and I'll jump into some of the other information that was gathered for the study area. If we can go back to the presentation, please. Thank you. So what all of these factors are listed here are all of the different criteria that the state statutes defined as meeting blight or potentially qualifying to become a CRA. And the ones that are bolded and in uppercase are those that the city of Tarpon Springs has demonstrated that they have some level of meeting that qualification. And so really what these different factors show is that there are a range of issues, whether it's the age of roadways or the street dimensions or gaps in sidewalks, level of traffic crashes and concerns, recurring street flooding, a number of infrastructural issues, the age of the utilities, as well as the amount, there's a disproportionate amount of emergency calls, code violations, et cetera, that are really throughout this study area. It's not just focused within a portion of it, but you could see that it's really spread out throughout the area. And what I'd like to just kind of make the point of is that per state statute, to meet blight conditions statutorily, you need to meet at least 2 of these requirements, and you can see that the city has identified 9 by which they do meet that. The area does contain a range of cultural and educational, social institutions, religious institutions that there's a lot of historic buildings in the area and that really contribute to the culture of the city overall. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, there are a lot of mobility issues, aging infrastructure, and those are kind of the big issues that they hope to tackle through the creation of this CRA. And while today, and I just want to emphasize this one more time, while today's action does not commit the board or the county to approving any funding for the CRA, we did work with OMB to just give you a general range of if at a 20-year point, so the longest, through county policy, the longest existence of the CRA could be 20 years, potentially 10 years at the low end. So projected for that 20-year, if you are giving the highest contribution, it would not exceed, or it's estimated based on today's millage and based on an annual 2.5% growth rate, that the payment over that 20-year time frame would be about $8.2 million. And then on the low end, if it's at the 50% contribution, if the board opts to do that, you would see that it would be just over $1 million. And again, that we would update those numbers and bring the latest to you when we get to that point in the process. But I just wanted to give you that kind of benchmark just to kind of understand what it could potentially look like. And so to date, the city did reach out to the county notifying us and other taxing authorities in May of 2024 that they had moved forward with the finding of necessity. Their city council took action to approve it in June of 2024. We had the opportunity to provide comments in August and have been working with the city to get additional information and just make sure we have enough information available to ensure that it was appropriate to bring to you. And then if you do grant delegation of authority this evening, then the city will go back, update their plan, or create the plan. There will be a public participation process in the creation of that plan that would, again, outline the strategies to address the blight factors. And then if they do intend to create a trust fund and a TIF, which is likely, we would go through a process to score based on the county policy's criteria what level of contribution the county theoretically, that the CRA would qualify for. So with that, if there are any specific questions or comments, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, thank you. Just so I get perspective on that 20-year at 95%, the TIF value approximating 8.2 million. At 10-year at 50%, it's approximating 1 million. So those are the dollars that are theoretically available.
That would be the county, if the county committed to a 95% contribution. If they show that they meet the highest level of blight conditions, that would be the max that the county would that's the estimate, the projection for the top amount that the county would be proposing to contribute. The city would have a TIF contribution as well.
Hold on, say that again.
Okay, I apologize.
I thought this was defined as the TIF amount.
That's correct. I'm sorry if I said something different.
So that's the amount.
That would be over the 20-year maximum.
Right. So what is that base level value of property values in that area?
This is with the estimate of, I believe, 2024 being the base year.
Yeah.
And that, yes, that's.
That value, do you have a sense of the properties? values of the properties in that?
I believe I have that information. Let me verify that. I believe that is, so for that high level, you know what, let me, you don't have OMB here. Yeah, I believe it's
If I could interrupt, I do see it in your backup. It's under the OMB estimate that's attached to the agenda item.
What is it? I'm just,
It looks like for the
24.
base, what I have is 2026, an estimate, and it's estimated at 300,906,000.
That's correct.
Just over 300 million.
That's correct.
so that's the value
The
at
base.
base year. And we're saying that over that 20 years at 95%, we're going to be giving up about $8.2 million for them to spend on projects in their area.
That's correct.
Do we have a sense of what those projects are?
That's what the redevelopment plan will outline, and that's
Okay,
why
so
we
we don't
look at
know
that
yet.
TIF contribution at the same time we look at the,
Okay, so we don't know what those would be yet.
not yet.
Okay.
Yes, you do have to.
Right, they'll bring it back. Right, I got you. Okay. To your, this is all based on the work that the city has done?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So on the downtown CRA that expires in 2031, are they looking to extend that?
That has not been brought to my attention if they are.
Okay, so for the 25 years that it's been operating, or 24 years, has there been significant improvement in that downtown section after receiving that money to reinvest after, 25 years, 24 years? Do you have any idea on where they are? Have they accomplished the goal they set to accomplish in 30 years? Are they on track to accomplish that in 30 years, or?
We look at the range of projects on an annual basis that where the money is going to. I might ask the city to respond to that specifically if.
Okay, and then, so, just so I'm clear, this new one, so you don't know if they're folding that one in, to kind of fold it in to be all one big one now for 30 years?
That's not the intention, and to your point, the existing CRA would sunset in 2031, and this one theoretically would go beyond that timeframe.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, thanks, Sharon. Would it be possible, could you go back to the map that shows the area?
Sure.
Because this is my first CRA hearing, and I'm a little confused. So if you blow that up, from 19 over to Hugh Avenue, well, maybe you can't do that, but you can do it on your screens. I don't see, I see nice retail all the way from 19 to Hugh. I see Lowe's and Publix and TJ Maxx and Chili's and things that I don't usually associate with Blight, and I don't understand why such a big swath of expensive real estate on US. I guess that the idea is to use the retail tax dollars is that what we usually do?
Yeah, and there are certain conditions of blight that maybe they don't meet, but it's the other conditions of blight, whether it's the utilities not being, aging and maybe not being able to support additional development, or the conditions of roadways or traffic impacts, things like that. So while maybe certain areas of blight are not met, some of the conditions, others are.
But, and we'll limit the dollars coming into the county in those areas where the high dollar commercial district is on 19?
Yes, but what
Something like, there could be a lot there.
for a limited period of time, and the intention behind it is that you are significantly increasing property values over time and the CRA will end at, and sunset at one point, and that increased property value with the increased tax generation would then come into the county.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I had similar questions on the south end. Is that Pinellas? Is that Pinellas, the road north and south on the western end?
On the western end is,
Pinellas, that's further over.
it's just east of like Safford.
Okay, it's where the trail kind of
Correct.
goes through, okay. But
Just
yeah,
east of that.
I think that's, I understand the question about those properties along 19 not being necessarily, again, we're trying to get a general description of the overall area that they're identifying. So I want to,
Yeah.
just trying to understand that the homogeneous nature of that area that they're considering.
Right.
And the area along 19 certainly is not the same.
But it may play into some of the blight conditions, like I was suggesting, either high traffic incidents or traffic crashes, or some of the other, excuse me, the other indicators of blight may play into that area, even if that's not the economic, meeting the economic condition. But there's still investment that would have to go into that area that would support the overall redevelopment.
Mr. Chair, is there a staff recommendation on this?
I would suggest that this is delegation of authority, and you're not committing to anything other than giving them the authority to go and come back to let us know what their strategies are and what level of contribution they might be requesting. Again, it's not just a county contribution. The creation of a trust fund is also allowing for the city to make their own contributions through this process. So I believe it would be appropriate to have them move forward to show us what their plan would be for the redevelopment.
Okay, thank you.
Do we know what the contributions have been to date for the existing CRA? Because I'm just looking, it's just, the one that they're proposing now is 3 times the size of the, almost 3.5 times the size of the existing one, and it's right adjacent to it, so it just kind of makes me wonder what's going on
She's looking that up, Commissioners. Let me comment on that, because you asked a question I wasn't really expecting, which was a staff recommendation on that. Staff's review of this is consistent with how we've reviewed past CRAs. So we've had a lot of discussion about whether we have too many CRAs or not, and I share that concern. We do, but most of them were done a long time ago. And some of the communities that have struggled with revitalization and economic development is exactly this type of situation. That doesn't necessarily mean countywide tax dollars should go into supporting that, and that could be a local community issue. But that's very different than all the others that have been developed in Dunedin and Safety Harbor, and you go walk all the way down through the county. And so from staff standpoint, it's consistent with past reviews, but and I would leave it at that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's appropriate to allow the city to move forward to tell their story in a little bit more depth and for us to do our work. I think we scrutinize the CRAs a lot more today than we used to, perhaps. I mean, certainly one could argue that, the city of Dunedin that got their 15-year extension, one could argue that why would an extension be given? And yet there was a couple of projects, that were identified that were critical to that development. And the commission at that time, county commission agreed to give them that with a 7.5 or 7-year look in, or it was halfway through the term of the CRA, to look at and make sure that it's still necessary. And certainly with as many blighted factors that they've identified, which is a lot more than most don't maybe have 3 or 4. And so I think that alone would allow them to move forward, at least for now. So I would certainly support that at this point, but I mean, I still think there's more scrutiny to come, so.
I believe, Commissioners, last Thursday you asked for a work session on all of our CRAs.
Right.
I was listening as I was driving, so we'll schedule that, and, out here in, August or so.
Okay. What,
Can
Commissioner
I
Peters?
get an answer to my question from the city?
Yeah, I was just going to invite the city up if we're done with questions
Great.
for staff. So, all right, thank you very much. All right, would the city like to come up?
Are they doing a presentation or just answering questions?
Yeah, I think they're going to.
Just answering questions at this point, or,
Good evening, I'm Charles Rudd. I'm the city manager for Tarpon Springs.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well. I hope you all are doing well tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. My background is CRAs. For the past almost 30 years, I've done redevelopment and been a CRA director and a CRA manager. And this area is what I would say the most blighted portion of our city. And so the opportunity to partner with you, tax increment financing is a successful method of revitalization, and I hope you'll support us.
So my question was, for 24 years, you've had a CRA in the downtown. Have you achieved the goal you want to go? By 2031, are you going to have achieved the goal that you wanted to achieve? In 24 years, have you seen significant improvement in that area that made the CRA a value?
You did. I did an evaluation of the plan when I started about 8 months ago, and reviewed the plan from 2001, and there were a lot of things accomplished in that plan. I would say it's about maybe 50% was accomplished. Some things, the goals changed, some aesthetic improvements, or what got developed. For instance, we showed a hotel on the river, and instead there's a townhome development, but the property did get redeveloped. So we're looking at creating a new master plan for downtown so we can look at what's been accomplished and what still needs to be done going forward. But I think a good portion of that, there's been quite a bit of success. I think in the downtown, our historic downtown, the very core of it, I believe is doing pretty well. Our challenge is there's more work to be done. It still has to grow and connect for a more contiguous downtown.
So are you looking to ask for an extension on the downtown or wrap that into this new one?
We would not wrap it into the new one. We are interested in extension of the current CRA.
And so 30 years, your first round was 30 years? Or was there an extension already given?
No, I don't believe we've had an extension. No.
Okay. Okay, so now I got another question. How big square miles is Tarpon Springs?
That I don't know.
I guess I can Google it, because this swath is huge. And so I'm just wondering, to me, it looks like that's substantially most of the city. Am I wrong, or is this picture misleading to me?
The picture is misleading. It is much larger. The city's much larger than this area. One thing if you'll consider, if you were to look at a satellite view of that map, when you're creating a district that would be 100% residential would really generate very little TIF. There are very little. What we collect is that change in value over time. So we need to incorporate some commercial property to really drive the TIF to be able to afford programs for the residential area, because improvements in that generally don't bring a lot of TIF increase.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Commissioner Flower?
Maybe a question and recommendation. I know for our other CRAs, one of the things we really focused on was having them provide reports or updates about where they were with the CRA so that we could then determine if it was being used properly. And I don't recall, I know that we had that discussion when I first got on the commission. I don't recall having like an update or anything from Tarpon. So I would be interested. I know we're here tonight to talk about the new request, but I would be interested to have a conversation or an update on the current CRA that they're operating in.
Yeah.
That's up in 2031.
And I think it sounds, well, according to what the city manager just said, they're going to ask on that one
For
for
an
an
extension.
extension, and that'll be absolutely the appropriate time, I
Yeah.
think, to talk about that one.
We do get reports from all the CRAs,
yeah.
okay? Staff reviews those annually, so, correct?
But I mean, that's a whole different,
Correct.
we're dealing with a different issue in a different area of
Right.
town.
And I'm
so-
not mixing the two, because they're two
No,
different ones,
but
and the,
I just wanted you to know, we do get reports
yeah,
from all
and
the
the
CRAs.
CRA area that you're requesting now, I've been up there, and David Archie has been a strong supporter
Mm-hmm.
of the community up there, so I'm somewhat familiar with the area you're talking about, trying to emblazon and make, or improve the lives and conditions around there, but I just, yeah.
All right, any other?
You know, I got a thought. I'm not a fan of CRAs. Never been a fan of CRAs. I think that historically CRAs have been mismanaged. Maybe not recently, and maybe not you. But and so many cities just came back, and I think 60 years is inexcusable. I thought 30 years max was okay, so just know I'm not going to support even an extension, because I'm not a believer in CRAs. I get when it's blighted that there has to be a way to generate something, but, you know, also coming from local government, and I was a mayor of a city and the administrator, because we didn't have a city manager, you know, there's a responsibility for the whole city to have a strategic plan to make sure that your crime rates are down, that your code violations are taken care of, that sanitary and other conditions, that's something that's supposed to be your strategic plan the whole time you're working with your city. And it's no different for us that we are slip lining all of our sewer lines, right? And when I was mayor of my city, we had, I think, only 5 years to go, and every sewer line was going to be slip line, because that's the responsibility of the sewers, of the cities. And so I'm sorry to say, I can't even explain it well why I don't support CRAs, but I'm just not a huge fan, and I'm certainly not a fan of a CRA for 40 years or 50 years or 60 years. And that, you know, if that CRA in the downtown was really successful, with the boom of development that we have seen over the last several years, then that development should have spread right across that downtown section, just like we're watching in St. Petersburg. They did a CRA, and that development, that has all boomed all across St. Petersburg. So I'm really curious about your downtown CRA, and that alone should have been the catalyst to get that whole area to boom. So, especially in the last 5-10 years. So I just, I'm not going to support it, but it's mostly my core principles. It has nothing to do with your city, has nothing to do with your project. It's just what my core principles are, and I'm just not a fan of CRAs that go on forever and ever, and then starting new ones that potentially, where that first downtown one should have been your solution, should have been the catalyst for everything else to develop. And so you're just not going to have my support on this one.
Well, on that note, I'm going to weigh in differently. I'm a huge fan of CRAs if they're done correctly, if they're monitored correctly, if the projects that are defined are correctly, if the blighted condition is correct. The concentrated efforts of a CRA elevate property values higher than they will be otherwise. I think that people that are in place on CRAs will elevate. When we get these CRAs back so that TIF dollars come to us completely, we'll realize the amount of investment that we've made and the return that we'll be getting for the county as a whole, and certainly the unincorporated area. And to that extent, I mean, St. Petersburg has several CRAs. One does not necessarily bleed into the other. It just doesn't work that way, because within the area that you're working, the projects are defined specifically what's going to be done to improve the area. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to improve other areas of the city or the town that we're talking about. I'm not saying that I am for continued use of them. In other words, you get to the 30, when you come back here, if you're looking for an extension on that, it's going to be a little bit tougher sell than it is what we're talking about now. And again, we're not approving anything tonight except giving you the go-ahead to continue working on it, and we'll see it again. But no, I think the CRAs can make a huge difference. And the area that we're talking about is substantially different than the area in downtown that's in the area of the first CRA the one that's been in existence for 25 or 26 years. It's very different. And although there are some areas within the requested CRA that are starting to evolve a little bit from 19 in, so to the discussion about what Commissioner Scheer said about where you draw the line, that might be something that we talk about when staff looks at it. But yeah, I think it's a great tool. It can be used perfectly well, and I think it will serve this county in the long run much better off. But it's just my opinion. Thank you.
And you've been here 6 months.
Commissioner
Well,
Wiggett.
Thank you. I guess maybe more, I don't know, to Barry or staff. I mean, creating this CRA, wouldn't that theoretically increase tax burden for residents throughout the county, outside of the CRA, to offset?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about countywide services. So we use the general tax levy to fund the elections and name all the countywide services. So when you take valuation away and it goes to a TIF, those are dollars that would be coming to the general fund to support those countywide services.
It captures that increase.
You don't, yeah,
not the values.
No, not the values, but it captures the increment, okay, right, that's diverted over to the TIF. And so those are dollars that would otherwise be coming into the general fund, yes.
That's and just to complete that thought, that's the investment that we're making.
Correct.
That in the long run, the return's going to be greater than it would be otherwise. One, and two, it changes the nature of a community. It can, if it's done correctly, dramatically. So it's really twofold. We are making an investment to hopefully get a greater return down the road if it's done correctly.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
Okay, I'm a little more in alignment with Commissioner Peters on this one. We have a lot of CRAs in the county, and I know that's not necessarily the topic of tonight's discussion. That's going to be for our workshop. So I'm just, with the amount of money that the county is not getting, I think it's over $100 million a year right now, that are going to CRAs, that is, essentially, I view it as a tax increase on everybody else. It's just kind of my viewpoint of it. So I'm really more inclined to hit the brakes on this, but that's just sort of my thought on it at this point. But we'll have that broader discussion when we have a work session. So for the purposes of tonight, what is the will of the board?
I move approval.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Flowers and a second from Commissioner Eggers. Is there any further discussion?
Would we be able to, I don't know, postpone till we have the workshop?
I mean, we have a motion in a second right now. I mean, if that fails, then theoretically we could probably do that. But
I would recommend against postponing. There are some statutory time limits associated with approvals, so I would recommend that you either vote to approve or vote to deny tonight.
Thank you, Joel. Yeah, this is so they can, we're not, yeah.
And then the plan is presented to us, and then we still get to vote on, because the plan should have dollar values attached to it, where we can see a better, clear, I'm sorry. I will restate that. Tonight's vote, if you support it, would be to move forward with the planning element. Along with that planning element, you get more information about what economic development should generate and things like that, what dollar values, and we probably have a clearer picture then too about the money that would actually be going into the CRA that would be removed from our use. And then if, that plan is voted upon, then yeah, so anyway, I just wanted to share that part.
Yeah, and to that point.
But appreciate your viewpoints, because I get it.
But to your point, I mean, again, the things that will be defined in that project, then that product will be the projects that will be being proposed as well, and that can include aesthetic improvements in residential areas, it can be infrastructure, it can be whatever that might, whatever their view is, and I don't think, at this point, we'll get that back, is what I'm saying, and we'll have that further discussion.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, well, hearing none, we have a motion and a second, so let's vote. Okay, passes 4-3. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. All right. Well, good meeting, everybody. Y'all have a great rest of your week.
Oh, the holiday on Monday, oh, geez.
That's right, Memorial Day Monday. Have a great Memorial Day. And we are adjourned.
Thank you, sir.